Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens, it's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room. With that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
You, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you. You're...
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother. So I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home. And every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off.
Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business?
Just don't break her heart, okay?
Whatever.
I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me?
You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave.
Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina.
Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley.
I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay.
What do you mean?
I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina,
And she's so freaking rich. So with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was.
That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us.
But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time.
Think you can outrun me?
You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems, no. I had a bigger plan, a hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family, something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Lee, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Lee was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Lee to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Lee came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Lee's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Lee was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Lee surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Lee. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Lee to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Lee walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Lee banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Lee confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Lee said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. Oh, this is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so, I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Fengshen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be.
Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too, but I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared. She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes. It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious. So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. My dad? I built this company. But you're just a kid, I said. A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire. See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset, but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost half $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day. I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65. He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock. I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off. She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift from my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving.
Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world, mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table.
Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are.
You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in. And now in this new place, I don't know who I am. But you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends. Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program. Enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence, no text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me, seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me.
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my Ted to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once. I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic. ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and, ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along. So I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on.
Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on.
Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself. We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI's corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone, stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out, and you have to face them. Okay, bye! I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No.
Hey, I'm Claire, and my life's a mix of checkmates and chaos. Smash that like and subscribe button to keep up with my adventures. My mom had me and my older sister Joy while she was quite young. Whenever we went out with her, people often mistook her for our elder sister. She raised us as a single mom since my dad left her for someone else. Mom has always been overprotective of us, and she was extra paranoid when it came to boys. She would always sit Joy and me down and make us chant some words.
I am a precious girl. I'm not allowed to date any boy until I'm 30.
Mom did everything to ensure we had everything we needed. She often worked 2 or 3 jobs just to afford rent. Joy, only 2 years older than me, was often left in charge of me because we couldn't afford a sitter. One day when I was 7, Mom left me with Joy and I was doing crafts when I accidentally spilled paint all over Joy's dress, her only nice one.
I'm ruined. Now I have to go back to wearing my torn hand-me-downs from our cousins. Here, you can wear this pretty one.
I cut out a paper dress from a magazine and handed it to Joy, but she was too upset to appreciate it. She would often stare out of the window, watching her friends play while she was stuck at home watching me. The only fun thing I did with her was a game we played together, and they are sponsoring this video.
Joy, I found the perfect thing that mixes strategy with style. Dragon City. It's a game where we can create our own dragon empires. And guess what? We can even have dragons that match our personalities.
Okay, you have my attention, but can I make my dragons the most glamorous creatures ever?
Absolutely! You can collect over 1,000 unique dragons, including some that look like they've walked right out of a makeup tutorial. And you're going to love customizing their habitats. It's like designing the perfect home, but for your dragons. And not only that, there are dragons of your favorite YouTubers. Oh, and there's a vibrant community of players who trade dragons and collaborate in alliances to unlock exclusive rewards.
I'm in, but if my dragons end up being more fabulous than yours, you owe me a makeup tutorial session.
Deal. And to get us started, there's a special bundle for new players. If you download it by clicking the link in our video description or scanning the QR code, you get 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and the Black Metal Dragon.
One day, Mom had promised Joy that she could go to a sleepover at her friend's house. However, I fell sick.
You can't leave your sister here alone. She's unwell, and I can't take her to work with me. You'll have another chance to go.
Joy was beyond angry. So, I guess my life is all about raising you now. She tried to stay home and take care of me, but I guess she'd had enough that day. She yelled, "I can't do this anymore," and stormed out to go to her friend's house, leaving me alone. I tried to follow her down the stairs, but I tripped and fell, hurting my leg badly. When Mom came home and saw me crying and hurt, she was furious. Mom grounded Joy, saying she couldn't go out with her friends for a very long time. Joy just got angrier every day. She stopped talking to me and would just glare at me like it was all my fault. I felt really bad and wished I hadn't gotten sick that day. When I was 14, Mom decided to take us along to help her with work. She was working as a cleaner for a rich family. Joy and I were always arguing, so to keep us occupied when we weren't assisting her, Mom bought us a chess set.
You two had better learn to play this.
Joy had no interest in chess. She was always preoccupied with makeup and talking about Dan, a boy she had a crush on at one of Mom's jobs. I had never met Dan, but from Joy's descriptions, he sounded handsome. One day, while Mom was cleaning a client's house, I sneaked into his office. He had an amazing chess set. I set it up and started playing alone when he walked in. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to try it out.
I've been watching you play by yourself for the last hour. I'm impressed. Would you like to play against someone?
I've never played against anyone, but I can try. He sat down to play with me. Feeling nervous, I imagined that I was alone, and to my surprise, I won in less than 5 minutes. We played over 10 games, and I won each time. Checkmate.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming. Maybe I've lost touch with the game.
After many tries, he finally admitted defeat. He showed me his trophies from various chess tournaments, revealing that he was once a world champion. I was astonished that I'd won against him.
Maybe you need a younger challenger.
He then introduced me to his son Dan, who was incredibly handsome.
This is my boy Dan. I'm training him to be a champion too. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're pretty.
Bring it on. Playing against Dan was a real challenge, but I was beating him. Everything was going well until I noticed him swap a piece on the board. Hey, you've cheated. I saw what you did.
Don't blame me for being quick.
Just as I was about to win, Mom walked in and was furious.
What do you think you're doing playing with a boy?
Hey, I was just about to win. But Mom dragged me out of there and banned me from going to work with her again. Despite my attempts to explain my victory over the world champion, she wouldn't listen.
What have I always taught you?
That I'm a precious girl and I'm not allowed to date boys until I'm 30. It's Joy who's always daydreaming about Dan. I haven't done anything wrong. When When we got home, Joy was cold towards me and even threw my chess pieces out the window. What is the matter with you? Why did you have to tell Mom I like Dan? I just panicked. I shouldn't have told her. She was just being hard on me. As I went outside to get my chess pieces, I saw a posh car parking outside our house. It was Dan's dad. He entered our house and handed Mom some papers, then left. When Mom came in, I practically jumped on her. What was that about, Mom?
That nice man has decided to sponsor you for a chess tournament in Europe.
I was thrilled by the opportunity, but I knew Mom would be hesitant to let me go. Please, Mom, can I go? I promise I'll be on my best behavior.
I can't have you away from me, and I can't leave my work or we'll be homeless.
I was about to protest furiously when Joy stepped in and offered to accompany me. I can take her, Mom. I'll watch over her. Everything will be all right. Please, Mom. Joy can take care of me like she always does.
I'll think about it.
After researching the tournament and discovering the $100,000 prize, Mom agreed to let us go.
You can go, but you must follow everything Joy tells you.
We flew to Europe in Dan's dad's private jet, with Dan joining us. Once airborne, Joy imposed a rule. I was forbidden from speaking to Dan. She made it clear she was on the trip to get closer to him. Remember what Mom said. You have to follow everything I say. I was fine with the rule. To me, Dan was a cheater who nearly robbed me of victory. Deal. It won't even bother me. I avoided Dan throughout the trip, but Joy was constantly around him, laughing at his jokes. When we landed, Dan approached me with stories about places he wanted to visit. Listen, I'm here for the tournament. I need to focus.
Ooh, scary. I was just trying to distract you from the competition.
When Joy saw us talking, she dragged me away. You're already breaking the rules. That's 1 strike. 2 more and you're out. He approached me, and you're breaking Mom's rules too. We're not supposed to talk to boys. Mom's not here, and I'm older, so I make the rules. At the tournament, I quickly became a favorite, advancing to the semifinals, while Dan was eliminated early.
So, you're really good, huh?
Looks like it. I don't even need to cheat. Soon after, my popularity soared. During an interview after qualifying for the semifinals, Dan suddenly joined me and told the reporters he hadn't seen someone as good as me in years. And then he hugged me. Of course, Joy saw that, and she was mad. We're going home. I saw you hugging Dan. That's against Mom's rules. He hugged me. It wasn't my fault. Joy didn't listen and started calling Mom to tell her. I couldn't leave before the semifinals. In a moment of desperation, I tackled her, and her phone fell into a drain. I'll follow your rule, but I won't let you ruin this moment for me. You're just stealing my crush. You've always known I liked Dan. I was about to defend myself, but things escalated quickly. Our argument turned into a huge fight, and we were both shouting and not listening to each other. In the heat of the moment, I pushed Joy away, but she lost her balance, tripped, and fell badly. I was horrified. Joy, are you okay? But Joy was in a lot of pain. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had broken her hip and needed rest for several weeks. I felt terrible. I'm so sorry, Joy. This is all my fault. Let's just leave now and make sure you get better. Are you insane? Go win that $100,000. Don't worry about me. I was only pretending to call Mom because I was angry. I wasn't actually gonna let you miss the semifinals. I was taken aback by her words. After everything that had happened, she was still thinking about my chance in the tournament? Aren't you worried about me flirting with your crush? Dan? Oh no, I don't like him. Not really. What? So why were you stopping me from getting close to him? I've always taken care of you. I never had friends or anything special going for me. And when I felt a little crush on a boy, he liked you. I wanted to stop it, but then I realized I really didn't even like that boy. I just didn't back off because I didn't like you having everything. I understand, Joy. You've always been there for me, and I've taken that for granted. You deserve to shine and have your dreams too. Let's promise to support each other from now on. No hugs, please. Your sweat stinks. Now go win that prize. I need some rest. Thank you, sis. I hugged her and left. The evening after Joy's accident, I was sitting outside the tournament hall before the match started, and I was startled when Dan quietly sat beside me, handing me some flowers.
These are for Joy. I thought you could take them with you to the hospital.
The flowers were Joy's favorite, daisies. It showed he really cared about what was happening in my life, not just the chess tournament.
I've arranged for a video call set up in your room so you can talk to her before and after your matches. I thought it might help both of you.
Thank you so much, Dan. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think we can start a relationship right now. Winning this prize is my top priority, and I really need to stay focused. I can't afford any distractions.
I just wanted to make things a little easier for you. You've got a lot on your plate. You have a tell when you're anxious. Your ears get red. Maybe cover them?
You've noticed that? That was kinda sweet. Nobody but Mom and him had ever noticed that. The next day, I played well in the semifinals and won. I was excited, and Dan rushed to congratulate me. He hugged me, and then he kissed me. About the kiss, I'm not allowed.
I know. Joy told me about your mom's rule, but I really like you and want to be your boyfriend.
I was shocked. Dan wanted to be my boyfriend, but I had to be really sure this was okay with Joy. I needed her blessing first. But later, when I went with Dan to the hospital, Joy's things were gone. We ran to the hotel, and she wasn't there either. That's when Dan's dad found us.
Joy had to go home last night. Your mom fell and is in the hospital.
Oh my God, I'm going to the airport right now. I need to see Mom. Dan grabbed my arm gently, stopping me.
Wait, Claire, we can video chat with her. You can't give up on your dream now. Your mom only hurt her leg while cleaning the kitchen shelves. She'll be okay. You have to win this for her.
But they both need me now. Joy isn't in great health herself.
I understand you're worried. My dad has already taken care of Joy's hospital bills, and he'll cover your mom's too.
No, this is too much.
Don't worry, you can pay us back when you win.
I felt super focused after talking to Dan. The last game of the chess tournament was really tough, but I played my best. Then I made a big move, and I won! Everyone around me started cheering. I was so happy and excited. I saw Dan in the crowd. I ran up to him and gave him a big kiss. Cameras were there, and they showed our kiss on TV. When I got back home, Mom and Joy were waiting. Joy was smiling, but Mom looked serious. She was proud of me for winning, but she said,
You're still grounded for having a boyfriend.
I guess some things never change. And remember, you can download Dragon City by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and get a special bundle with 15,000 food plus 30,000 gold plus the black metal dragon to get you started.
Hi there, my name is Tom, and I was just 3 years old when my mom left my dad. He was a major jerk, and she was so much happier without him. The only problem was that we were broke. My mom worked 2 jobs at once, but that wasn't enough for school, clothes, books, rent. The list was endless. I wanted to help my mom so badly that when I was 6, I tried to get a job at McDonald's. All the adults laughed at my application form. It was filled out with crayon. I was so mad. I wanted to be a grown-up. When Mom found out, she said, "Tom, the best way to help me is by doing well at school. You don't need to get a job. Oh, you're so cute." From that day, I started paying really close attention at school. I worked hard at getting the best grades, and by the time I was 12, I was topping the district. That's how I got into the richest, snobbiest school in town. They found me and offered me a full scholarship if I transferred right away. I didn't want to leave my friends, but free school was too much to give up. So, I started going to the rich side of town. Everything was different here. The roads were cleaner, the houses were bigger, and the people were meaner. The meanest of them all was Blake. His father owned the school, and he did whatever he liked. My first day, I saw him push a kid off his bike for no reason. "Hey, stop that!" I rushed to help the kid up and told Blake to back off. "You must be new. Do you have any idea who I am? A massive jerk?" The people watching laughed, and Blake turned beet red. "I'm your worst nightmare." He meant it. He tried to bully me every single day for 4 years. He called me names, stole my books, and spread false rumors about me. One day, he pulled the fire alarm and told the teacher I did it. Obviously, they believed him over me. I got a whole week of detention. Didn't have time for this mess. I had to study hard all day. And now that I was older, I helped my mom by doing a job at night. We were so poor compared to everyone at school, and I did my best to hide it. I lied to everyone when they asked me what my parents do. They sell computers. They're super rich. I made sure I got the best clothes from the donation boxes in town and checked them for any imperfections. One time, I missed a tear on my coat, and Blake caught it right away. "Torn clothes? How pathetic. Are you too poor to afford basic things?" No one laughed with him. You see, other people in school really started to like me over the years. I was funny, friendly, and I didn't bully them. Blake hated this. To top it all off, I beat his grades every single time. The day the school was honoring its toppers, all hell broke loose. "This loser cannot win first place! He's a cheater!" "Excuse me? I beat you fair and square!" Blake ran over to me and tried to yank my medal off my neck. "Give it to me! Give it! No!" I shoved Blake away from me and he fell back. Everyone laughed and he began to yell loudly. "Ah! He hurt me! I sprained my leg! Ah!" He was good at putting on a show. The teachers dragged us to the principal's office, and I got the worst yelling of my life. I want him out of this school, Dad. Tom is our best student. We can't get rid of him. How dare you hit my son? Blake attacked me first. So what? You should never hit back. You hurt him. He's faking it. He just wants me to get into trouble. You're both in trouble. 1 whole week of detention, and you both have to show the new students around the school. Our school was huge, and new people had to have guides for their first week. I really didn't want to babysit with Blake, but I had no choice. We both met the new student the next day, and wow, she was stunning. She had the most beautiful brown eyes I've ever seen. The moment Blake saw her, he turned to me. You can go. I can help her alone. I won't tell the teachers. No way! You're a snake! Look, that's Lisa. I've known her since we were kids, and her dad is even richer than mine. I want to date her, so just go away! Obviously, I didn't go away. Instead, I raced up to Lisa first and gave her my best smile. I never really flirted with a girl before, but I gave it my best shot. Hi, I'm Tom. You're cute. Do you, like tacos? Yes. I love tacos. Would you like to eat some with me after school? Okay. Why not? You're pretty cute too. Blake literally jumped in between us. Lisa, remember me? Blake? Our dads are in the same country club. Kind of. Do you want to go with me? Tonight? I'll take you somewhere fancy. Sorry, I'm getting tacos with Tom today. His expression was priceless. That's what he gets for messing with me. Lisa and I went out, and I had a surprisingly good time. She was so goofy and hilarious. Some of her jokes made me choke with laughter. Wow, I'm actually having fun. I'm glad I messed with Blake. What? Oh, Blake has a crush on you, and he's been kind of a jerk to me, so I asked you out first. What? I thought you thought I was cute. Uh-oh. I do think you're cute, but what? I'm just a pawn in your boy games? You just used me to mess with someone. You're a jerk. She threw her taco at me and ran away. I quickly paid the taco guy and chased after her, but she was gone. Dang it. Blake was turning me into a terrible person. I tried to apologize to Lisa the next day, but she wouldn't even look at me. I almost gave up until one day, when we ended up in the same elevator together. I acted on instinct. I pressed the stop button. What are you doing? I want to apologize, but you keep running away. Don't bother. I'm never gonna go out with you again. I don't want you to go out with me. I'm just sorry. I act like a complete idiot, and you have every right to hate me. She looked shocked. Really? You mean that? Yes. I'm really sorry. I was so stupid. Agreed. You'll have to buy me like 100 tacos to make up for it. Does that mean we can be friends? Yeah. Okay. I forgive you. Yes! All 100 tacos were worth it, because Lisa was amazing. She was kind, funny, and most importantly, she was a really good friend. She was always there to help her friends with their troubles, and I felt like I could tell her almost anything. Almost. One day, Lisa asked me what my parents did for a living, and I felt real fear. If she finds out I'm poor, she won't like me. I lied quickly, hoping this would go away. But one day, Lisa wanted to walk me home, and I was trapped. I had to take her to a random mansion and pretend it was mine. I went inside and hid in the bushes till she went away. If that wasn't crazy enough, one night, she walked into the restaurant where I worked. The moment I saw her, I ducked and hid under a table. The manager called for me like 10 times, but I just couldn't make myself get out. Why was I going so crazy over this girl? Suddenly, 3 pairs of legs joined me under the table. My manager had seated women there. I immediately crawled out of the table, and all 3 women screamed, sending their food flying all over the floor. My manager caught me by the collar and fired me on the spot. If I wasn't horrified enough, I turned to see Lisa staring at me with her mouth open. Oh no. I just ran home. By the time Lisa confronted me in school, I had a lie ready for her. I got that job so I could learn some responsibility. It's not good to just live off my parents. But why were you under the table? I dropped my phone. I was looking for it. Somehow, the lie worked. And Lisa gave me a big hug to comfort me. Ew, I was close. I was heading home from school that day when I felt someone pull me back. It was Blake. Why were you hugging Lisa at school? None of your business, moron. Didn't I tell you I like her? You better back off before I make you pay. Make me pay? Your dad can't kick me out of school. You have no power here. I stormed away from him with my head held high. thinking I'd won this battle. I had no idea how far Blake would go for a shot at Lisa. She and I were having lunch in the cafeteria one day when Blake came over with his gang. "Hey, Tom, your parents are rich, right?" "Yes. They sell computers." Then why are you wearing clothes that I threw in the garbage?" I was in shock. Blake pulled out his phone and played a video for everyone. It was me, searching for clothes in the donation bins. "We saw you hunting for clothes like a cheap beggar. We followed you, and you live in a tiny apartment on the bad side of town." Everyone around me was whispering. I couldn't even bear to look up at Lisa. My secret was finally out. "So, what do your parents really do? Do they even have a job? Or are they pathetic like you?" I couldn't take it anymore. I got off my feet and punched Blake right in the face in front of everyone. I just lost it. Ah! "I'm reporting you to my dad. Everyone saw that, right? He punched me!" I was suspended for 2 weeks after that, which was just fine with me. Felt like my life was over. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to study. And I didn't want to see anyone. I turned my phone off so none of my friends could reach me. I was locked in my room for a whole week until one day, there was a knock on my door. Lisa was here. She saw me in my tiny apartment. I was wearing old, faded hand-me-downs. "What are you doing here? How did you find me? I can track people. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried." "Maybe I'm embarrassed, and I want to be alone." "You shouldn't be embarrassed for being poor. You should be embarrassed for lying to me about it." "Oh, I should have told you the truth, that my mom's a waitress and a janitor, that my dad abandoned us, and we live like beggars. Which part makes you want to go out with me?" She looked shell-shocked. "Wait, you want to go out with me?" "I never said that. Just leave me alone." "Lisa." I went into my room and slammed the door shut. I wanted to be anyone else except me right now. It got so much worse when I opened Instagram and saw pictures of Blake and Lisa together. I guess she found someone who can take care of her the way she deserved. I was in the worst mood of my life when I started school again. Lisa tried to talk to me a few times, but I just ran away from her. I thought I could just avoid her forever, until one day, we ended up on the same elevator, alone. She punched the stop button, and the elevator came to a halt. "How long are you going to ignore me, Tom? You're driving me crazy!" "I don't want to talk to you about my lies. I don't want to hear about your dates with Blake." "We're not dating, you idiot! I only clicked those selfies because he literally begged me. I like you." It took me a few seconds to get that. "You like me? Are you blind? I've liked you since the first day we met." "It doesn't matter. We can't be together, Lisa. I'm poorer than your gardeners. I have nothing to offer you. You have everything to offer me. You're a good friend. You're an amazing son. You're clever, and you're handsome." I was speechless. Lisa grabbed my collar and gave me a full peck on the lips.
Hi, I'm Nora, and most of the time, I'm pretty sweet. But when I fall in love, I turn into a jealous psycho. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I blame my mom entirely for it. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. But over time, Dad kept getting promoted at work and got busier, while Mom felt neglected and became really insecure. I mean, she became a nutcase. Like once in the supermarket, when Dad held the door open for the woman behind us, Mom accused him of flirting with her and even flung a melon at the woman's head. Or that time at my 6th birthday party when Dad gave a female clown a slice of cake, Mom marched over furiously, smushed the cake with her fist, and then gave the clown a wedgie. I don't condone violence, but that was hilarious. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
"Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans?" "It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady."
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch!
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt. Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives.
What on earth? You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans. Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them. Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hands and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door. Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good.
I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The three of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek, my heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker, and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall, ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room. Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, and tear your heart out, just like your father. Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me. Hey, Nora, you want to go to the movies?
I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me, or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar!
After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rules, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules. Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster? That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance. I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But you know, a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy. But no one comforts you if it's a girl. Oh, come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you? Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this, you'll ruin your life." But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me, Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am. It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, a $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon in the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I am done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie. But soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude. You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you too. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have. I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry. You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool. I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart. Hi, I'm Shayla from Texas, and I'm a child genius. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was only 6 when I discovered I was what people called gifted. I was at my friend's birthday party, and we were having a contest on who could solve a Rubik's Cube first. Well, I solved it in 19 seconds.
Mommy, she cheated! That's crazy. How could I cheat? You were watching me the whole time.
Stop lying, Shayla. There's no way you could solve the Rubik's Cube that fast. Now go sit in the corner.
But that's so unfair.
I didn't want to play more party games after that because all the kids kept calling me a cheat. When I got home, I told my parents what happened, and a few days later, they had me tested. And it turned out I had an insanely high IQ, just like my mom, who was a respected neurologist. Cool, right? Well, not exactly. I got moved up 2 grades, which meant I was the youngest in the class. And no one wanted to be friends with a little 6-year-old who was every teacher's favorite. By the time I got to high school, I felt like a total outcast. One night in 9th grade, I was home alone even though it was Valentine's Day, and tons of kids at school were out on dates.
Knock, knock. I have a Valentine's Day present for you, sweetie.
Thanks. At least I have one Valentine tonight, even if it is just my mom.
Here, open this box.
I pulled out a bracelet with an infinity symbol on it. What's this?
Shayla, people like you and I, we're not like everyone else. We're smarter and 10 times more special. This is an infinity bracelet. And remember that nobody can hold you back from your potential. Do you understand?
I think so. After that night with Mom, I decided it was time to change my attitude and stop feeling sorry for myself. So for the first time during lunch, I decided to eat in the cafeteria with everyone else instead of alone in the janitor's closet. Then suddenly, as I was walking, a flyer hit me smack in the face.
Greetings, miss. May I interest you in joining the most amazing club in all of Texas? The Humble Mathletes.
What are the Mathletes? Ugh, ignore him. His name is Nolan and he's the new kid. He's trying to recruit fellow dorks to compete in math tournaments across Texas. Well, I think math is fun. Sign me up.
Cool. I don't usually allow younger kids on my team, but I'll make an exception.
Ugh. I ended up joining Nolan's math team and the two of us became friends. Nolan wasn't gifted the way I was, but he was still smart and a really sweet guy. Finally, the day of our state tournament arrived and my mom called to tell me that she was coming. I can't believe it. My mom never takes a day off from work. Nolan, we have to win today. I really want to make her proud.
Calm down, girl. We're gonna crush this tournament.
Nolan pulled me into a hug, and for some reason, it made my stomach do cartwheels. The competition went well, but in the final round, Nolan got 2 answers wrong, and that cost us the first place trophy.
Oh well, second place it is then. How about we celebrate with milkshakes and an MSA marathon?
I was about to agree when I saw Mom standing behind me with a very disappointed face. I excused myself to talk to her.
Why were you so happy back there? You're not embarrassed that you got second place?
Hey, second place is still really good.
Shayla, why are you friends with someone like Nolan? He's obviously not very bright. It's his fault you didn't win.
Mom, don't talk that way. Nolan is really smart and we've become good friends. Suddenly, Mom took my wrist and started to unclasp the infinity bracelet. What are you doing?
I shouldn't have given this to you, Shayla. You don't seem to care much about unlocking your potential. I'll just have to live with the disappointment.
No, stop! I do care. I'm gonna make things right. Just give me a chance. I ended up riding home with Dad without saying goodbye to Nolan. And the next day at school, I tried avoiding him until he showed up at my locker.
Hey, sunshine. I thought we were gonna celebrate, but you left. Are you okay?
Nolan, we can't be friends anymore.
What? Why?
You want me to be honest?
Of course.
You're not smart the way I am. You're average at best. And if we continue hanging out, you're just gonna hold me back. I'm so sorry. I ran away before Nolan could answer, feeling horrible. Nolan didn't speak to me again after that, and I didn't blame him. Then 2 months later, my life took a turn. Mom was offered a research position in China. So, does that mean we're moving to China?
No, only I'm moving. And I'm divorcing your father. I just can't have anyone in my way right now. But don't worry, you and I will keep in touch.
Mom kissed my cheek and tears filled my eyes. After Mom left, I tried to keep busy and comfort Dad, who wasn't taking the divorce too well. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch when I saw a van pull into our driveway. A lady came out and, to my surprise, it was my first grade teacher.
Mrs. Johnson? Is that you? Shayla? I haven't seen you since they pulled you out of my class to move you up 2 grades.
Miss Johnson invited me to dinner that night, but while we were eating, she kept asking me if something was wrong, and I just couldn't hold it in. I told Miss Johnson all about Mom leaving and how hard school was and how much I missed Nolan. It doesn't matter though. I just need to focus on myself and my goals. I remember I was just like you, Shayla. My grades and my dreams meant everything to me. But I realized over time that part of success is also about being happy. No offense, but that sounds like a cheesy quote you'd read on Instagram. Maybe, but it's true. Try doing at least one thing that makes you happy this week, sweetheart. I was exhausted from finals, so that week, I decided to take Miss Johnson's advice. I went to the community pool to sunbathe when I tripped over a crack in the sidewalk.
Whoa, easy.
Thanks. At that moment, I realized the lifeguard was Daryl, the most popular guy in school.
I usually save people from water, not concrete. You look familiar. I feel like I know you from somewhere. What's your name?
I was about to tell him, but then I paused. Boys like Daryl usually never talk to me, and I wanted to start off on the right foot. I'm Cher, like the singer.
And you're pretty like her too. I'm having a party tonight. How about you be my date?
Whoa, did he just ask me out? Of course I said yes. And that night, I got super dolled up for the party and even bought a new dress. The party was so much fun, and I danced with Daryl for hours. And when I saw the other kids at school there, I told them I'd changed my name because, well, I had a chance to be a new me. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom, but I opened the wrong door, which apparently was a bedroom.
Oh my God, what are you doing in my room?
Nolan? This is Daryl's house.
Yeah, and my mom and I moved in here 2 weeks ago. Daryl's my cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course you didn't. Daryl doesn't want to be associated with nerds. How did you get invited here anyway?
Actually, I'm not a nerd anymore. I've decided to change. Also, my name isn't Shayla anymore. It's Cher.
Cher?
Yeah. So, if you could call me that from now on.
No, I don't have the time or energy for this. Go back to the party, will you? And don't walk by my room again.
Nolan slammed the door in my face, and I felt bad. But I really didn't want to deal with the drama at the moment. I just wanted to have fun. A week later, Daryl and I started dating. I asked everyone to start calling me Cher instead of Shayla, and just like that, I became popular. I started dressing differently, and I didn't wear my infinity bracelet anymore. One day at school, the teacher handed back last week's physics exam, and even though I hadn't studied as much, I got 100. I was grinning to myself during recess when Daryl took the paper out of my hand.
What you got there, babe? Whoa, you got 100 on a physics test? What are you, some kind of computer bot?
No, my brain just works a little differently than other people.
Like a little Miss Smarty Pants? Wait, are you one of those nerds who thinks she's better than the rest of us just because she can memorize a few extra facts? I thought you were cool.
I am cool. You know what? It was just dumb luck that I got full marks.
Whew, I thought we might have to break up.
Daryl and his friends made it clear they hated nerds. So for the next few weeks, I purposely failed all of my tests and didn't do any homework, which they all high-fived me for. The end of the semester school party came around, and the theme was game night. Daryl and his friends just wanted to play foosball and table tennis, but I couldn't help being distracted by a bunch of kids playing trivia. What is a 5-pointed star called in geometry? Time's ticking away, guys. This is a crucial round. Anyone in the room who knows what the answer is?
Why would anyone know that, loser face? Can you stop ruining the party and have your geekathon somewhere else?
I knew the answer, but of course, I stayed quiet. But I wasn't having any fun with my friends either. Daryl was busy with the boys, and the girls kept commenting how my dress wasn't flattering and how my pink lipstick wasn't a good color on me. Can you stop criticizing me already? At least I don't, have her outfit. That's really hideous. The girl I'd pointed at turned around, and suddenly, I felt really guilty. Why had I said that? Just then, Nolan came and took the girl's hand.
Leave my date alone. She looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, she's your date?
Yup. She joined the mathletes right after you left.
Nolan put his arm around the girl, and I tried to push the feeling I had away. Was it jealousy? The party sucked, and I decided to go home early. But when I arrived, Dad called me into the living room and said Mom was on a video call and wanted to talk to me urgently.
Shayla, is that really you? I've never seen you wear so much makeup.
It's not that much makeup. I was just at a party.
Oh, I see. Partying on a school night? Well, that would explain the email I got from your principal today, calling me in for a meeting to discuss your grades. You've been failing your classes? Yeah. I didn't do so well in a few tests, but I can make up for it. Really? Because your principal said that if you fail even one more exam, they'll put you on academic probation. Can you imagine how I felt reading that? Wait, where's your bracelet? Well, it doesn't match with the new clothes I wear now. What? I gave you that bracelet because I wanted to inspire you to live up to your limitless potential. But instead, you've turned out to be a complete disappointment. You know what, Mom? I'm not a little girl anymore. I don't need a stupid bracelet to remind me what I'm capable of. Just like I don't need your validation to feel good about myself. This is the first time you've called me in weeks. I'm your daughter. There's more to me than good grades. You don't value me the way I value you. I'm done trying to make our relationship work. As I ran outside my front yard, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Haven't seen you around in a while. Oh, hi, Miss Johnson. You look lovely tonight. Did you meet a nice boy? Oh, is that why you haven't been stopping by? I don't know what happened then, but suddenly I ran to Miss Johnson and burst into tears. She hugged me as I told her everything. About Mom, the bracelet, how Nolan replaced me, and how I'd turned into a superficial bimbo. Oh, Shayla, don't talk about yourself that way. I think I know what the problem is. You do? Yes. First, you tried being who your mom wanted you to be. Then, you tried being who the kids at school thought you should be. You've tried to be everything except yourself. Miss Johnson's words struck a chord in me. I thought about them all weekend, and on Monday, I pulled out the infinity bracelet, but this time, it meant something different to me. I wasn't letting anyone hold me back, and I had to start by making things right with Nolan. Hey, I know it's been a minute, but I'd love to be a mathlete again, if you'll have me. Let me think. No. Nolan, please. I've changed. I don't want to be a stuck-up jerk anymore. I'll apologize to your girlfriend for mocking her outfit too. Firstly, she's not my girlfriend. She was just my date that night. And secondly, you're a fake, and I just can't take that person seriously. Cher. Just then, Daryl walked over to us. Hey babe, wanna go with me to a concert tonight? Ugh, why are you talking to him?
Because Nolan's my friend.
I'm really not.
You were at one point. We were on the Mathletes together.
The Mathletes? That's a club for losers. You're better than that. Come on, let's go.
Daryl started to pull me away, but something inside me snapped. No, I'm staying here with Nolan, and he's not a loser. He's your cousin, and maybe it's time you start treating him with the respect he deserves. I should have treated him better too.
Aw, that's a cute speech. But if you want to be my girlfriend, you can't hang out with my dork cousin or join the Mathletes, Cher.
Isn't it obvious that I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore? I feel pathetic that I dumbed myself down to fit in. I'm a nerd, and proud to be one. And just for the record, I know what a 5-point star is called in geometry. It's a decagon, and I'm going back to being Shayla. I marched off like a boss, pulling Nolan behind me.
You know, maybe you can rejoin the Mathletes. We are one team member short, and there's a tournament coming up.
Oh my god, you mean I can be on your team again? And you forgive me? Oh, Nolan, thank you.
Hey, I didn't say I forgive you, but I do need your brain for the competition. I'm not exactly smart the way you are.
Nolan, I'm sorry for saying that. The pressure to succeed turned me into a toxic person. The truth is, I think you're smarter than me. I don't have a quarter of your emotional intelligence.
That's nice of you to say. Thanks.
Nolan hugged me and I felt my stomach doing cartwheels again. Maybe one day, he could be more than a friend.
I've made a terrible mistake, and something awful is going to happen. I sneaked into the only place I'm not allowed to go, my parents' room. I couldn't stop myself. I was too curious to know what they were hiding, but I got caught. Now I have to fight for my life, running with tears on my face and nowhere to call home. I'm alone in this world. I'm an orphan who lost her real parents at age 5 and ended up with 2 complete strangers. I took a pause and sat on the curb. I needed to calm down. I tried hard to recall what had happened exactly, but I couldn't. All I knew was that one moment I was hiding, and the next, everything was in complete chaos. I saw everything around me shattered into pieces. I was standing in front of Clara and she was going ballistic. Then she grabbed me by the hand and screamed words I couldn't remember. The room looked like it was hit by a tornado. What have they done? I jerked my arm away and started running in fear. Jacob was after me, trying to catch me. Luckily, I managed to get out of the door and escape before he could harm me. While I sat on the curb, a car seemed to be heading my way. I started shaking as it came closer. It was 2 a.m. and I was alone on the streets. I was so exhausted that I couldn't run anymore, so I just sat still and hoped it wouldn't stop. But it did. As the window rolled down slowly, I started to relax. It was a woman, and I knew who she was. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night, young lady?" It was Mrs. Jessel. She was new to the neighborhood. "Mrs. Jessel?" I started crying again. "Please take me to the police station, fast!" Without hesitation, Mrs. Jessel told me to get in the car. On the way, she kept asking questions, but I couldn't let her in on my secrets. I didn't know her that well. "You shouldn't be so trusting, Allegra, even with your own mother," she said as I was leaving the car. How did you know?" I asked in confusion. "I've heard things about your family, and I understand. You know where I live if you need anything. Now go, dear," she said as she squeezed my hand. When the policeman interviewed me, I exposed everything my parents did, but he didn't seem to care. "Allegra, I need you to focus and tell me exactly what happened tonight," he said. "I already told you, I can't remember everything. They hurt me and that should be enough for you to arrest them," I said, frustrated. When I arrived home with the policeman, I saw Clara and Jacob outside. They looked like two lunatics searching for something they'd lost. When they saw me, they pretended to be relieved that I came back. Someone give them an Oscar. The officer questioned my parents while I was asked to go to my room and let the adults speak. I hoped that the officer would ask me to leave with him eventually, but after 2 hours of waiting, all he could tell me was, "Your parents explained everything. I hope you understand that things did not exactly happen the way you told me. You're tired and need rest. Call me if you need anything." I looked at the officer in disbelief. My parents had managed to deceive him. "Thank you, officer. Have a good night," I said as I held back my tears. The officer left and I got in bed. There wasn't much time left to sleep anyway. Shortly afterward, Clara knocked at my door and whispered, "Sweetie, are you awake?" She came in to check on me, but I pretended to be asleep. When Clara left the room, I struggled to fall asleep. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I snapped alert and turned to see who was there. It was not Clara. It was a female stranger. I couldn't see her face in the dark, but something about her felt comforting. "Can I help you?" I asked calmly. But she stood there for a while before she said, "I know you're alone. That's why I'm here for you." "Who are you?" I asked. "It doesn't matter. You must run away," she said. "Run for your life, Allegra." "Why? What do you know?" I started panicking. Before I could continue, the woman disappeared into thin air. I called out for her, but the room was completely empty. I placed my foot on the floor and was about to search the room, but I fell down and woke up from the dream. That dream was the strangest I'd ever had. I went downstairs while my parents were in the kitchen making breakfast. "Good morning, sweetheart. I made you pancakes," Clara said with a cheerful tone. No thanks," I said. "Oh, that's okay. I can make you some bacon and eggs. I know it's your favorite," she said, cheerily smiling. Jacob was smiling too. I stared at them totally confused. They were acting as if yesterday never even happened. "I don't want food," I said stiffly, but they ignored me. It was as if they didn't even hear me. "What is wrong with you two?" I screamed in anger. They stared at each other in silence. "Can you please tell me what is going on? I feel like I'm going crazy. You've been hiding stuff from me since the day of my car accident. You think I can't see it?" I looked at them, waiting for a response, but there was only silence. "Answer me!" I shouted again. "We can't answer your questions, Allegra," Jacob said in a cold tone. Clara looked at him as if she hoped he wouldn't utter another word. There's something very wrong happening here, and I know it. I ran up to my room before they could respond. I decided that I wasn't going to wait any longer. I needed to sneak into my parents' room one more time. I waited until midnight, and I was very careful not to wake them up as I searched for their phones. When I found Jacob's phone, I quickly took it outside and unlocked it. His password was very easy to guess. As I was scrolling through it, I noticed that he'd been receiving lots of email regarding my adoption. According to these emails, my biological mother's real name was Lilith. I didn't understand why they'd kept her name a secret. There was some serious stuff here, and as I read it, I started shaking. There were police reports about my car accident. There was too much to read, but the phone started ringing. As I was panicking and trying to silence it, my parents came in. I put the phone under the blanket and acted like I'd done nothing wrong. To my surprise, they took the phone and went to their room like everything was normal. As they were leaving, I shouted at them and told them I was going to find out the truth. But they didn't respond. The whole thing was just very weird. I was dying to know what the documents said about the car accident. I had so many unanswered questions. Since the day of my car accident, I've been struggling to remember many things. It happened on a Tuesday. I was driving home when the brakes stopped working. I pushed on them, but the car never stopped. I thought it would be my last day on Earth, but luckily, I survived. It was a miracle, but I was in a coma for a month. No one expected that I'd wake up. When I did, I was shocked to hear that a whole month had gone by while I was unconscious. The recovery was tough. I was in pain, but soon enough I was able to go back to my normal life. However, I felt anything but normal. I couldn't concentrate anymore, and I couldn't remember many things. No one took me seriously when I explained it. Your MRI scans look perfect. You don't need to worry, the doctor kept repeating. Even though I couldn't think as clearly as I used to, I wasn't stupid. I was sure that my accident had been planned by someone. My parents, however, rejected this idea completely and told me that I was imagining things. Ever since then, I'd been suspicious of them. I stopped asking them for the truth and started sneaking around instead. I only needed some proof, something to show that they'd intended for me to be killed. But who would help me? I had no one. I thought about turning to Mrs. Jessel, but something about her felt weird too. I decided to avoid everyone until I found a solution. Some time passed and things kept getting weirder and weirder. I struggled to remember each encounter I had with my parents, but my blackouts kept recurring. When I snapped back to reality, I found myself surrounded by complete chaos every single time. I found myself crying every night. I was lost, confused, and lonely. The only thing that gave me comfort was the woman in my dreams. She had no face or name, but she kept reappearing. She was my only friend, and that scared me a bit. After all, she was not real, but she was what I needed. Whatever she was helping me stay strong. And without her, I couldn't have planned my escape. Every morning, I grabbed a sheet of paper and started writing the things she talked to me about. I kept the paper under my pillow. It was the only thing that made me feel close to her when I wasn't dreaming. Something in this woman drew me to her like a magnet. I wished she really existed. Then one day, my secret dreams were not so secret anymore. I had gotten back from school when I noticed that my paper was not where I'd left it. I was nervous, but I knew exactly who took it. I ran downstairs calling out for Clara. My parents were sitting at the kitchen table. Clara held the paper in her hand and she motioned for me to sit with them. I came closer, shaking. What was going to happen now? Allegra, honey, we need to talk to you about this, she said as she showed me that piece of paper. Are you planning to run away? Jacob asked, looking worried. It's my private business, I said firmly. Allegra, we are extremely worried. We've been trying to get you the help you need. Please let us help you. I said, this is mine, I screamed as I snatched the paper from Clara's hands. But that's when it tore in half. I hate you both. Just leave me alone, I screamed and headed to my room. Allegra, stop. We have to tell you something. I paused. What? It's about your mother. Clara came closer and held my hand. Your biological mom has reappeared. We've been seeing her in the area. She came to us a while ago, demanding that we return you to her. I felt like the world had paused for a moment. My mother is here? Why didn't you let me meet her? I couldn't breathe. It's not that simple, honey. Your biological mother is dangerous. Jacob handed me some papers. This is the police report about the accident. You were right. It was actually planned, but we didn't want to stress you out while you were recovering, so we hid this from you. As I read the report, I was shocked to see her name as the first suspect. According to the police, they reported that Lilith had assumed that the car was my parents and she was trying to get rid of them. But you always said that my parents were good people. I could hardly speak. We didn't want you to know who they really were because we were afraid that would affect who you would grow up to be. We were just trying to protect you, Jacob said. But the report didn't end there. Apparently, while I was in a coma, my biological mother had been visiting me every day in secret. Another patient told the police that they heard her talking to me every day about her plans of how to reunite us. Suddenly, I started to connect the dots. The car accident, why I was having blackouts, why I couldn't remember stuff, and the mysterious woman who kept appearing in my dreams. Oh my God, this was even scarier than I thought. What happened the night you caught me in the closet? I pleaded to know. My parents looked at each other for a while, and then my mom spoke carefully. It was a blackout. You've been having them for a while now, and we don't really understand it. When you get upset, you get very angry, and you start throwing things. When you snap out of it, you can't remember what happened. We tried to tell you and offered therapy to help, but the last time we did, you almost sent us to jail. I was the one creating all this chaos? It felt like the world had stopped. Why is this happening to me? I asked, trying not to cry. We're not sure, but we believe that the day of the accident was the day your childhood trauma started affecting you, especially with your mother's reappearance, Clara said in a gentle voice. I was overwhelmed. This was all very confusing. I started to feel like I was about to black out again, but that's when I felt my mother's arms around me. She hugged me and said, "Stay with me, Allegra. You can do it." I hugged her back and I slowly felt like I was coming back to reality. 3 months later, my blackouts started to disappear. I was aware of everything that was happening in the daytime, but the woman in my dreams kept reappearing and she wasn't hidden in the dark anymore. Slowly, I started to see more glimpses of her face, and I knew who she was. It was Lilith, my biological mother. These dreams were happening because of the many talks she had with me while I was in a coma. When I asked my parents about her, they had claimed that she was in jail and that I shouldn't worry about it. Even though I knew they were lying, I was okay with it. I had given them a hard time already, when all they had wanted to do was protect me. I must admit, however, that my biological mother had a lot of guts to drive me to the police station in the middle of the night. Later on, I asked about her, but everyone said that Mrs. Jessel had moved out all of a sudden, and no one knew where she'd gone. If anything, I've learned that no matter how bad my past was, it is now behind me. Sometimes it's better not to look back and try to move forward instead. Even though I had the urge to confront her, I decided that I wasn't going to look for her anymore. I would focus on the two most important people in my life, my real parents, Clara and Jacob.
Hey friends, I'm Gabby from LA. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a super posh neighborhood with my rich single mom who always adored me and said I was the prettiest. She even showed me off in front of all her friends. Look at her. Isn't she like an angel? Touch her skin. It's baby soft. It's my daughter's birthday. For God's sake, stop showing off your daughter. But Mom never listened to anyone. As I grew older, Mom just grew more protective of me. Gabby, why are you out in the sun? And get away from these dirty kids.
Mom, they're my friends, and we were just playing.
Mates, get her inside and give her a shower. Now! Mom was crazy when it came to keeping my beauty safe. Since I was always indoors, I'd just end up watching TV. And it became my favorite thing to do. I loved watching how people acted, and I always tried to imitate them. And my passion for acting grew stronger when I joined the drama club right from first grade. And I was super popular in my class. Once during the school play, I was reciting the most emotional lines when I heard kids scream, "Run! Run! There's a snake in here!" Everyone started running out of the auditorium in panic. But just then, I spotted a boy from my class hiding in the corner and shivering in fear. I grabbed his hand and we both ran outside. But as soon as we were far enough, he shook my hand and ran away. What a weirdo. His name was Alan, and he was so quiet that I'd never noticed him much. But I saw in the next few days that he always sat alone. And the other kids from class kept picking on him.
Why are you occupying the entire table when you don't have any friends? Get out of here. Well, I'm his friend and I'm gonna eat with him. You guys go someplace else.
The other kids left, but just as I sat down, Alan walked away too. Ugh, I wasn't gonna bother being nice if he kept being a jerk. Later that afternoon, I was waiting to be picked up when I heard someone sobbing in the parking lot. I was shocked to see it was Alan. Hey, are you okay? But he shook my hand off his shoulder and I lost my patience.
What's your problem? If you want to keep everything to yourself, fine. But you could be nice to the people who care.
I lost my dog, okay? He was my only friend. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but I've never had any friends, and I just don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, chill, it's okay. I'm sorry about your dog, and maybe we can be friends.
He looked surprised, but then he nodded with a smile, and suddenly it started raining. We both ran to the school building, and he held up his bag to cover me from the rain. From that day on, we became good friends. I even invited him to my place soon and introduced him to Mom, but she wasn't too happy about it. He doesn't seem like he's from a good family, Gabby. You should stay away from kids like that.
He's my friend, and I don't care about anything else.
Grades passed by, and my bond with Alan grew stronger. We went together on school trips, and he came to watch all my plays. In the 8th grade, I played the lead for the school's annual function. After the play was over, Alan came running backstage and hugged me. You were amazing, Gabby. I couldn't take my eyes off you tonight. Here, these are for you. And I wanted to tell you. But before he could finish,
a man came running and moved Alan aside. Bravo! Bravo! You are amazing out there, little girl. I can't wait to sign you for my upcoming short film. Short what? The man introduced himself as a big producer and looked so eager to sign me for some big lead role. Just then, Mom came from behind me, screaming in excitement. That's just awesome, Gabby. Say yes. I was too stunned to speak, so I could only nod my head. Then I looked around for Alan, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, I waited for him at school, but he didn't show up. But when the driver was taking me back home, I saw Alan walking on the pavement in the rain. I asked the driver to stop the car and ran to him. Are you crazy? Where are you going in this rain? He was hesitant to speak, and I could tell something was up. What is it, Alan? Even yesterday you were gonna say something, but then you vanished. I like you, Gabby, okay? I really do. But when I saw you getting the chance to live your dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about my feelings. I didn't want to ruin anything. No, Alan, you're not ruining anything. In fact, I like you too. I pulled him close and kissed him gently. And after that day, we started dating. But things took a wild turn when my first short film became a hit. I became a rising star overnight. After that, I had to travel a lot to promote my projects. And the best part was, I could take Alan with me and enjoy these trips like perfect dates with him. One time, I took him to a shoot, and just as some of the reporters were interviewing me, Alan came running in with a box of desserts. Here, I got you these. Suddenly, all the cameras turned to Alan, and he just ran out of there. When the reporters asked who he was, Mom spoke up before me. Oh, he's just an errand boy for my beautiful daughter. Mom! I wanted to tell them the truth, but then I thought of all the unnecessary media attention Alan would get. I decided it was best if they didn't know. But the next morning, Mom woke me up with shocking news. There were pictures of me and Alan kissing all over the newspapers with the caption, "Young millionaire actress dating her errand boy." You're just starting to get a name in Hollywood, Gabby, and you want to spoil it all for this poor boy? There are so many rich actors you can date. Stop it, Mom. Why are you— I don't want to hear anything. Alan's got no class, and I want you to break up with him. Of course I wasn't going to do that. Now that it was already in the news, I was going to date Alan publicly, and Mom just had to accept it. Soon after, it was Alan's 16th birthday, and I had a really important award function the same day. So I decided to take him along with me and introduce him to everyone. It's gonna be so much fun, and I even got this Gucci suit specially made for you. But you know I hate crowds, and all that media attention, I don't think— Oh, come on, Alan. For me, please, just this time. He agreed, and we both went to the award night together. I could see Alan was really nervous in front of all those cameras, so I held his hand tight. Later, I was posing for a solo shot, but then suddenly, Alan stepped on my dress and I tripped over and fell face flat. Everyone started laughing and clicking pictures, and I felt so embarrassed. On our way back home, Alan apologized to me, but seeing all the memes and posts going viral on social media, I just lost it. Why did you do that, Alan? What? It was an accident. Why are you being so weird about this? Because it's a big deal for me. Right. It's always about you, isn't it, Gabby? You're the superstar, but what about me? I'm a person with feelings too. Have you ever thought about me in all of this? Stop it, Alan. I've always thought of you, taking you everywhere with me and getting you the best things so you won't feel left out. But I don't want your money or your grooming or any of that popularity, Gabby. I went everywhere with you because I loved you, not because I enjoyed it. But I can't do this anymore. I want to break up. I couldn't believe my ears, but I could tell he was serious. After that day, I never saw Alan again. He even left school, and I felt so heartbroken for months. Mom tried to cheer me up by taking me out for parties and movies, but I just kept myself busy with work. And over the years, my career reached amazing heights. On my 22nd birthday, I went on to volunteer in a campaign for orphan kids, when suddenly, one of the kids lost consciousness. Just then, a guy came running and gave him CPR and saved the kid's life. I learned that he was Paxton, a super rich music producer who worked in the film industry. What you did today was really amazing. I'm the one amazed, actually. It's the first time I'm seeing a rich actress volunteer for a campaign without any cameras.
Well, it just makes me happy. I'm sure that's why you're here too. He smiled and we got talking. And he seems like a really genuine guy. A few days later, I was working on my next movie when I learned that Paxton was the one producing music for it. And I was super excited to work with him. We often met on sets and I loved hanging out with him. We became really close in no time, and even Mom could see it.
I guess someone's in love.
Oh, come on, Mom, we're just good friends. But Mom wasn't one to give up so easily. The next morning, Paxton was at my door because Mom invited him over for breakfast. We were having a good time until Mom showed him all of my embarrassing childhood photos, and I felt really awkward. No, please, stop it, Mom.
You look really cute in all of these.
His words always gave me butterflies, and soon after that, we even started dating. Then one night after our movie premiere, Paxton took me out and proposed to me. I was shocked because it all felt too soon, but Paxton treated me like a princess and he was just perfect. So I said yes and we got engaged. Then a few days later, I had a shoot in a public place, and just as I got down from my van, a crazy fan came and held me from behind. I tried to get rid of him, but just then someone came forward and punched him. As he pulled me to the side, I saw that it was Alan. The security guards took the crazy fan away and Alan made me sit down.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere?
No, I'm all right. But what are you doing here? It's been
6 years, I know. And I'm here because I'm the CEO of this company.
He was the freaking CEO? Later, when my shoot was over, he took me to a cafe and told me how he'd developed an app soon after high school and worked his way to build this company. I'm really proud of you, Alan. You made it so big.
Yeah, your mom was a big motivation in it.
My mom?
The day our pictures were posted in the newspaper, I came to check up on you. But I heard your mom shouting how I was this poor kid with no class who didn't deserve you.
What?
Ever since that day, I decided I was gonna work really hard and be a man good enough to deserve you, Gabby. I loved you, and I still do.
Suddenly, I realized how much I'd missed him, but I had to keep my head straight because I was getting married to Paxton soon. Please stop, Alan. You broke up with me, and that's the truth. And it's too late. I'm engaged to someone else now. I showed him the ring on my finger and his face turned pale, and I just left. Then a few days later, I went to try on wedding dresses with Paxton, but just as I stepped out of the changing room, I was shocked to see Alan, who was staring right back at me. Alan, what are you doing here?
I came with a friend. He wanted to get a suit for his wedding.
Suddenly, Paxton came over with a bouquet of roses in his hands.
Look, babe, I got these to go with your dress.
But suddenly, Alan leapt forward.
Get those away from her. She's allergic to roses.
Paxton looked really shocked, but after I introduced Alan to him as my old friend, he ended up inviting Alan for the wedding. Before leaving the shop, I told Alan he didn't have to come.
I'm leaving for London that night, Gabby, for good. And even if I wasn't going, I wouldn't be able to see the love of my life get married to another man.
The pain in his words broke my heart. On the day of my wedding, I was walking down the aisle, but I kept thinking about Alan so much it was driving me crazy. And when I looked up at Paxton, I knew I couldn't do this.
What's wrong, Gabby?
I can't do this. I like you, Paxton,
But you love Alan, don't you? When I saw you with him the other day, I could see it in your eyes, Gabby. You looked at him in a way that you've never looked at me.
I'm so sorry, Paxton.
Don't be, Gabby. If that's where your heart is, then go and get him.
Oh, Paxton. I ran out of the church and got a cab to the airport. When I got there, I was running around looking for Alan when I heard someone call my name.
Gabby?
Alan!
What are you doing here? It's your wedding. You shouldn't be here.
This is where I should be, dummy. With you, the guy I've always loved. Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other.
I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough, to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect, being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it. Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
"Honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy."
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture,
I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home. But we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you." It was me. Tell them it's not true. It is true. You read my journal. I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that? Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry."
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
"Are you coming?"
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
"You said you liked my poems."
I did.
"They're not poems, they're songs."
"Oh, can I hear one?"
"I've never played for anyone before."
"You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention." He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
"Are you okay?"
"I have to move." His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. "What are you thinking?"
"It's selfish."
"It's okay. Tell me."
"You're the only one who sees me."
"Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful."
"I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone."
"Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you." He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
"I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away."
"I know. We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy."
You can just decide to be happy?
Yep, why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out. He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
"What do you want to do?"
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
"If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music."
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there? I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror and literally didn't recognize the person staring back? Welcome to my life. A masterclass in fake it till you make it. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I've been living a lie since I was 6. That's when the Crawfords adopted me. Initially, it felt like a dream come true. A mansion the size of a small country, a garage full of cars, and parents who paraded me around like their favorite charity project.
And this is our daughter, Tessa.
We rescued her from that dreadful orphanage. But as I got older, the constant stares and whispers started to get to me. I was tired of being the adopted one in a family of blue-eyed, perfect-looking people.
Why don't you look like your parents? Are you like the help or something?
So by the time I started at a new high school, I took matters into my own hands. Every morning, my routine was the same. Wake up in my perfect room, put on my perfect clothes, and finish with the most important part, blue contact lenses to cover up my boring brown eyes. The Crawfords never asked me to hide who I was, but they never stopped me either. And honestly, it was easier this way. No more questions, no more explanations, just Tessa Crawford, the perfect daughter with the perfect blue eyes that matched her perfect parents. And that perfect image didn't stop there. Very soon, I was the queen bee of my school. Top of the social pyramid, an Instagram feed that looked like a fashion magazine, and grades that would make any parents proud. I had the whole package. Well, except for one seriously annoying problem. Ryan Bennett, king of the jocks, heir to Bennett Corp., and owner of the world's most punchable face, who'd been trying to make me his girlfriend since freshman year.
Come on, Tessa! We're practically royalty at this school. Can you imagine the power couple we'd be? Our parents practically run this town together.
Wow, Ryan. When you put it like that, I'd still rather date a cactus. But I always kept the rejection light and friendly. See, Ryan wasn't just annoying. He was the kind of guy who'd destroy your entire social life if you bruised his ego. And with our parents' businesses connected, I couldn't risk it. So I played nice, while mentally calculating how quickly I could escape every conversation. My perfectly crafted fake life was running smoothly, until he came along like a wrecking ball. Ethan Cole, new kid, foster child, always carrying a beat-up sketchbook, And wearing clothes splattered with so much paint, they looked like a Jackson Pollock original. The second he walked into class, I knew Ryan would make him his personal chew toy.
Hey, Goodwill, did a rainbow throw up on you, or is that your idea of fashion?
His squad of brainless hyenas erupted in laughter, while I sank lower in my seat in embarrassment. But Ethan? He just looked at Ryan with this amused expression, like Ryan was a toddler having a tantrum in a grocery store.
Genuine creativity intimidates those with empty lives. Thanks for the psychological case study.
What? Nobody talked to Ryan Bennett like that, ever. Ryan's face turned blazing red, but before he could respond, the teacher walked in. I thought that would be the end of it. Man, could I be more wrong? Over the next week, Ryan and his goons accidentally spilled paint all over Ethan's English essay, shoved him into lockers when teachers weren't looking, and even started an Instagram account dedicated to mocking his secondhand clothes, calling him a peasant painter. Through it all, Ethan kept a poker face, never giving them the satisfaction of seeing him crack. But I noticed the shadow under his eyes growing darker each day. Then came the art show event. Ethan had entered his painting into the district competition, a breathtaking piece that showed a small child reaching for the stars. I overheard him telling the art teacher it had taken him 3 months to create. When I arrived at school the next morning, there was a crowd gathered in the hallway. I pushed through to see Ethan standing in front of what remained of his painting, now slashed to ribbons, with crude words spray painted across it, while Ryan and his friends were snickering nearby. For just a split second, Ethan's mask slipped. I saw tears in his eyes as he gathered his destroyed canvas with trembling hands. No one else seemed to notice. They were already moving on to the next piece of hallway gossip. But I couldn't look away. That afternoon, I did something completely insane. I wrote an actual physical note, like we were living in the Stone Age, and slipped it into his locker. You're stronger than they know. Just don't give up. Then, I lurked behind a pillar like some deranged stalker, watching as he found it. When he smiled, this genuine, surprised smile that transformed his entire face, I felt this weird flutter in my chest. But I didn't dare actually talk to him. Are you kidding? Me, Tessa Crawford, voluntarily interacting with the paint-splattered foster kid? That would be social suicide. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How could anyone be so comfortable just existing as themselves? One day after school, I spotted Ethan sneaking off with his paint supplies, and something possessed me to follow him. I felt like the world's worst spy, ducking behind trees and cars, praying nobody from school would see me. He led me to this abandoned playground, rusted swings barely hanging on, a slide covered in graffiti, the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. But Ethan walked straight to a crumbling concrete wall and started painting the most incredible mural I'd ever seen. I crept closer to get a better look when, oh my God, I'd stepped on an empty soda can. I dove behind the slide and quickly climbed up, my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. And then, because the universe hates me, my phone started blaring my ringtone.
Shut up! Oh my God, shut up!
In my panic to silence it, the phone went flying out of my hands, skidding down the slide, and landing directly at Ethan's feet.
Well, hello there, mysterious stalker's phone. Let's see who's calling.
He picked it up, then answered with a smirk.
Thank you for calling Stalkers R Us. Your business is important to us. Please hold while I locate the owner of this phone.
What? Who is this? Where's Tessa?
Ah, Tessa. She just went to the bathroom. Can I take a message?
Yes.
Tell her that her parents are leaving for a charity gala in Paris in an hour,
and we'll see her in a few days.
Then Mom just hung up, and I wanted to evaporate on the spot. I slowly emerged from my hiding spot, face burning hotter than the sun. I can explain. I was...
Following me? pretty sure that's defined as stalking in all 50 states.
I wasn't stalking you. I was taking a shortcut. And then I saw you and got curious.
A shortcut through an abandoned playground surrounded by a chain link fence with no trespassing signs every 5 feet?
Okay, fine. I followed you. Happy now? Just don't tell anyone at school, okay? I have a reputation. Instead of mocking me, Ethan just laughed. Like he genuinely found the whole situation hilarious.
Your secret's safe with me, Princess.
He gestured toward his mural. A stunning scene of people helping each other during a storm, sharing umbrellas and reaching out their hands to pull others to safety.
Want to see what I'm working on? Up close?
And that was the beginning of the end for the fake Tessa Crawford. Over the next few weeks, I started sneaking away to meet Ethan at that playground. At first, I told myself it was just artistic curiosity, and I liked watching him paint. But the truth was, I liked talking to him. Really talking. Not the fake small talk I did with my friends where we discussed nothing but Instagram likes and who was dating who. One night, sitting on those rusty swings, I finally told him the truth. I've been adopted since I was 6. The Crawfords, they've given me everything a girl could dream of. The house, the clothes, the opportunities. And I'm sure they love me in their own way. But what I've really wanted the most is their attention, you know? And they're usually too busy with their galas and business meetings to give me that. Sometimes I feel more like a charity project than their daughter.
Is that why you hide your real eyes?
I nearly toppled off the swing. How did you—
The blue doesn't quite match your skin tone. Also, the way you're always rubbing your eyes when you think no one's looking. I don't think it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
They do get uncomfortable after wearing them all day.
So take them out.
What? No,
There's no one here but me, Tess.
Something in his voice made me trust him. With shaking hands, I carefully removed the first one, then the other, blinking as my eyes adjusted. And then, I finally looked up at him.
For what it's worth, your real eyes are way more captivating. They've got these little gold flecks that catch the light. Just stunning.
Then he leaned in and lightly kissed me. And I felt that for the first time, someone had really seen me. And Ethan just had this freaky superpower for noticing things everyone else missed. Like how Mrs. Daniels, the lunch lady, wore the same worn-out shoes every day because she was sending her kid to college. Or how Mr. Rivera, the librarian, always had hospital forms peeking out of his bag because his daughter was sick. Together, we started leaving anonymous notes for people we knew were struggling, just like I'd done for him that first day. You really think a little note makes any difference?
When I got yours, it was the first time anyone at school had shown me a speck of kindness. So, yeah, they matter a lot.
The more time I spent with Ethan, the harder it got to step back into my fake life. It was like having 2 separate identities that were getting impossible to keep apart.
I don't get it, Tess. How can you stand those people? Especially Ryan. The guy's basically a walking cologne ad with the personality of a mosquito.
You don't understand how it works. My dad's company and Ryan's dad's company are practically joined at the hip. And the rest of my friends, they're not that bad.
Yeah? Think they'd accept me if they knew we were friends?
They might. If you tried to fit in a little, maybe tone down the whole— I gestured vaguely at his paint-splattered everything.
The whole me thing. Got it.
It felt kind of terrible that I'd said it, but to my complete shock, Ethan actually tried. He started wearing cleaner clothes, tamed his wild hair, and even sat with us at lunch. I was touched because it meant he cared enough about me to do something that was obviously hard for him. But Ryan and my friends still found ways to exclude him, making comments disguised as jokes.
So, Ethan, is it weird living with random people who get paid to pretend they care about you? Like having a babysitter who never leaves?
Ryan!
Actually, Ryan, I bet if your parents cared as much for you as my foster mom does about me, you might have had a better personality. But hey, at least you got that trust fund to keep you warm at night.
The table went dead silent. Ryan's face
darkened like a thundercloud, and I knew we were in serious trouble. And the next day, I found Ethan staring at the spring formal banner he'd spent weeks painting. It was destroyed, torn in places, dripping with soda, with crude drawings scribbled all over it. Just then, Ryan sauntered over, grinning like he'd just won a championship.
Aw, what happened to your little finger painting? Such a shame.
You did this. Again. I let it go the first time, but what makes you think you can keep treating people like this?
Relax, Charity Case, it's just a prank. That's how we have fun. But I guess you wouldn't get it. It's one of those you're poor, you wouldn't understand kind of things.
The look in Ethan's eyes, I'd never seen anything like it. It was anger mixed with resolution, like he'd finally made a decision he'd been putting off for too long. The next day, Ethan didn't show up at our spot. I texted him, called him, nothing. Days went by, and Ethan still didn't show up. Worry weighed on me until I finally
choose for you. You're more than what they expect you to be. Live your truth, and don't change for the world. Make the world change for you.
Ethan didn't take the revenge route after all. He just left. Maybe rich bullies were never his world to begin with. I cried the whole way home, finally seeing the truth. I had used Ethan's strength while never showing any of my own. That night, I stared at myself in the mirror for a long time. Then slowly, I took out my blue contacts. My real eyes, brown with little gold flecks, stared back at me. The next morning, I went to school as my real self. No contacts, no fake smile, just me. I started leaving notes like Ethan and I used to, slipping them to people who seemed to be struggling. You're not alone. You're stronger than you think. Your voice matters. To my shock, someone found one of my notes and posted it on the school's social media page. The next day, I spotted similar notes appearing on random lockers. By the end of the week, they were everywhere. Taped to bathroom mirrors, tucked into textbooks, even written in chalk on the sidewalks. The movement kept growing. People started leaving little care packages with the notes. The drama club put on performances about kindness. Even some teachers joined in, writing encouraging messages on the board instead of just assignments. Within a month, the entire school atmosphere had shifted from cold and competitive to warm and supportive. People actually looked up from their phones, held doors open, sat with kids who used to eat alone. A local news station even came to do a story about the kindness movement sweeping through our school.
What sparked this wave of positivity among students?
I don't know who started it, but it's changed everything. People actually look out for each other now.
This is pathetic. Who actually cares about all this touchy-feely garbage? All this kindness nonsense is just what losers tell themselves to feel better about being nobodies. Like that homeless artist freak who ran away. Right, Tessa?
The cafeteria went dead silent. Everyone turned to look at me. No, Ryan, you're wrong. And you're a bully. A few kind words can literally save someone who's drowning inside. If you can't understand that, then I feel sorry for you, because your life must be incredibly empty. Ryan's jaw literally dropped. For the first time in his life, the king of comebacks had nothing to say. People actually applauded. These were the kids from every corner of the cafeteria, including the ones who'd been invisible to me for years. I never told anyone I started the notes, and I never saw Ethan again. Sometimes I wondered where he was, if he was still painting his truth on walls somewhere. 6 months later, I was riding the subway downtown when I saw it, a new mural on the wall of the station, a girl with familiar brown eyes releasing butterflies from her hands, and in the corner, a tiny signature, EC. Ethan was out there somewhere, still making the world more beautiful. And thanks to him, so was I. Sometimes,
The people who break your carefully constructed world are the ones who set you free. I had just walked a few blocks down when suddenly I stopped short in my tracks at a familiar sight. A boy with mussed-up hair and enough paint on his overalls to make them look like a Jackson Pollock original. Then, his head turned in my direction, and our eyes met, and his smile made my heart flutter, just like the first time. Ethan was still out there, changing.
Hi, my name is Akira, and I'm the daughter of our tribe's chief. My entire tribe fawned over me, and not just because I was beautiful. I was born with a perfect memory. I remember every single moment of my life in crystal clarity since I was a toddler. I remember each tree of the endless jungle where I lived with my people. At only 5 years old, I could point the way home through our forest, and all the adults were amazed. She has an amazing mind. Let's take her foraging with us. Foraging meant collecting mushrooms and plants for everyone to eat. I was an instant hit in my mother's group. I could remember the name, shape, and smell of every plant perfectly, and by the time I was 11, the entire tribe relied on me to check the food. Poisonous, not poisonous, not poisonous, poisonous. Akira is a gift from God. She should be our next leader. Ha! The next leader? This weakling? Please. That's my older sister, Misa. She was only a few years older than me, but we were complete opposites. Misa was a goddess with a bow and arrow, as strong and fierce as our father. And me? Well, I was clumsy, noisy, and I could barely lift her bow. When father tried to make me hunt, I just fell in love with the little rabbits. I ended up adopting 3. I was brave during the day where I was safe under the sun. But at night, I cowered in my mother's arms while Misa ran around scaring any animals that came close. You are such a wuss. Am not. To be chief, you have to beat me, your elder sister, and the best hunter in the jungle. I'm the best forager. So, plants are easy to catch. They just sit on the ground. I dare you to go hunting with us. Akira's mind is special. We can't let her be in danger. So, I should be the one in danger? Misa truly disliked me, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. I spent years in our hut, getting fanned as I tasted mushrooms, while she came home covered in scratches and bruises. One time, when I was 14, I snuck away from Mother with a bag full of meat and bread. I was gonna have a jungle picnic with Misa and make her like me, but my plan backfired big time. You brought meat? The smell is gonna attract bears, you loser! Then eat it fast. I'd barely said that when crazy loud roars started echoing in the jungle. What is that? That doesn't sound like a bear. Everyone, fan out and follow the sound. Why aren't we running away? We need to see what we're running from. Just shut up and don't trip over something. We crossed the river to reach the nonstop roars, and that's when we saw it. It wasn't animals. It was people I'd never seen before, cutting down trees with a weird, roaring metal saw. No! They're cutting our trees! We have to stop them! I launched myself forward, but Misa pulled me down into the bushes. Don't call attention to us. They have weapons. We have to tell Father. Come on. We all raced home together, but when we told everyone what happened, the adults didn't look surprised. We know they're cutting the forest. They're going to build a town here. What? But where will we live? We can live with them. They promised we would get to keep all our land. They can give us better medicine, better houses, and a better life. I like our life and our home. And what about the animals? Where will they live without the jungle? Akira, we're worried about us, not the animals. So they'll have nowhere to go? Nothing to eat? They just didn't care. They kept talking about the benefits of inviting these people in. I thought I was gonna have to stop them single-handedly, but Misa pulled me aside. We're not letting them do this. Really? You wanna stop them with me? No, you are gonna stop them with me. For the first time in our lives, Misa and I were on the same side. We made a pact to spy on these newcomers, find their weaknesses, and get rid of them. We sneaked beyond the river till we reached the edge of the jungle. I hid in a tree, watching the men brutally cut down my home. Suddenly, a strange boy jumped in front of me and put his hand on my mouth. Don't say anything. For a moment, all I could think about was how handsome he was. Then fear kicked in and I pushed him. He grabbed my leg as he fell and we both tumbled out of the tree. Ow! I looked up to see the tree cutters staring at us with rage. Who's this girl? And Jack, he's here, get him! Run, run, run! The boy grabbed my hand and we started running away. We'd almost reached the river when my clumsy feet sent me flying to the ground. Wait, help me! Sorry, princess, gotta go. I twisted my foot. Behind me, the men were still chasing us. If you go into the jungle without me, you won't make it. There's a million tigers there. He growled and threw me over his shoulder like I weighed nothing. I told him the way into the thickest trees where I knew the men wouldn't chase us. Why are you running away from them? I stole a bunch of food back home and they were going to put me in prison. So I escaped on this ship. Now these people want to send me back. All that just for stealing food? And gold. And this fancy crown. Oh, you're awful. Sure I am, princess. Now, are there any tigers near us? I lied about that. He dropped me right away. I'll be going now. Bye. He tried to run away, but just then a ghostly figure jumped on him and pinned him to the ground. It was Misa. She almost hurt him before I stopped her and told her who he was. You stole from those invaders? That's amazing. He is not amazing, but we can use what he knows to beat his people. What do I get for helping you? Your life. Oh, jeez. We tied up Jack's wrists and snuck him into an empty hut back home. We acted normal in front of the elders, and at night, Misa and I took turns interrogating Jack. He told us all about his hometown and all the crazy things he used to steal from his people. Wow, you pulled that off alone? I had a little help, but it was mostly me. Stealing is not something to brag about. They deserved it. My people are cruel and vicious. They charged my village so much tax that we lost our farm. You lost your land? And my freedom? Yeah, you know nothing about how hard my life has been. He went off to sulk in a corner, and for the first time I felt bad for Jack. The next night, I went into his hut to apologize, but he was gone. I called Misa over right away. He ran into the forest. Look, I see his footprints. We chased after his tracks through the thick jungle, and I was scared. We were out in the dark during bear season. Our worst fears came true when we heard a scream from inside the jungle. We ran towards the sound and found Jack hiding from a huge bear behind a boulder. Misa jumped to action immediately and climbed on top of the rock. She made herself look big and scary and let out deep growls till the bear fled. When Misa came down, Jack grabbed her in a hug. That was incredible! You're like a bear goddess. Thank you? Why would you run away alone? I don't want to be anyone's servant, not even yours. You can't cross the jungle without our help. The wolves come out at night. Are you ready for that? No? Thought so. We stopped at a cave for the night so we wouldn't run into scary animals. While Misa started a fire, I tried to stop Jack from eating poisonous mushrooms. Stop flicking my food away. You keep picking up the poisonous ones. Eat this. How do you remember which one's which? She has a perfect memory. She remembers everything. No way. Is that true? Jack was utterly fascinated, and we spent the whole night talking about my awesome powers. He even dared me to recite every detail from random days in the past. This is amazing. You can't hide in this jungle. You would be world famous. She just remembers things. I can scare bears. I can feed myself without being in danger. I can actually survive danger. And I'm next in line for being chief. Misa kicked a tree trunk in fury, and Jack had to jump in between us. Misa's mood was sour, and the next morning when we took off again, she walked far ahead of us. I think my sister hates me. No, she doesn't. Your gift is just hard to keep up with. I didn't choose it. True, but she didn't choose you. It isn't easy to be overshadowed by a sibling. I'd never thought of it that way. And a few days later, all hopes of Misa liking me were destroyed. Our father called a huge meeting for everyone. We have an announcement to make. The elders have decided to make Akira our new chief. She will be inducted once she turns 15. No! I'm the eldest child. I deserve that place, Father. Akira's gift will make her the best leader. A great memory helps you make wise choices. Wise? The girl who captured one of the newcomers and hid him in our hut? And she's making plans with him to get rid of those people. What? My jaw hit the floor as Misa ratted me out immediately. She even took him to see Jack. Akira has been hiding this boy here for weeks. She made me lie about it too. Think about that before you make her chief. Akira, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Father, no! He didn't even let me speak. The elders took Jack away, and then Father turned furiously to me. You went behind my back to make plans against me? I'm not making plans against you, but these people are cruel and they have to go. We're not getting rid of them. These newcomers can help change our lives forever. You can't be chief if you don't see that. I don't care about being chief. Our forest is a living being. You can't just cut it down. He was too furious to listen. He was even gonna hand Jack over to the newcomers as a sign of goodwill. I just lay in my hut in sheer sadness, waiting for the tree cutters to arrive. when one day Misa broke through my door with tears in her eyes. Akira, they've taken Father prisoner. They what? She told me that the newcomers had captured Father, and instead of letting us keep our land, they were gonna take everything for themselves. I knew we couldn't trust them. Snakes. I am so sorry, Akira. I can't believe what I've done. You should kick me out of the tribe, or better yet, hit me. Right now, we need to think how to get Father back. We gathered all our people to make a plan, and most of us wanted to charge right into a fight. Did you look at their weapons? We can't fight them. We have to trick them into leaving. How is that possible? I have a plan. I quickly explained my idea, and everyone's tired faces lit up. If this fails, we'll have to fight anyway, so let's give this our best. Jack once told me that his people were terrified of new illnesses, so we gathered ash from all around our settlements and rubbed it all over our bodies and faces till we looked like ghosts. We crushed berries on our skin to look sick, and we walked into the newcomers' camp spitting milk out of our mouths. There's a sickness. We're all falling sick. It's spreading. A few people screamed, and I pretended to bite Misa and burst a bunch of berries in my mouth. The newcomers let out an ear-splitting shriek. This land belongs to the devil. Run, or you shall fall sick. I watched in awe as the newcomers ran screaming to their giant ship. I was so happy to see them leaving that I let out a premature shout of joy. Hey, you're not sick. Before the man could say another word, Misa jumped on him and cried, I'm gonna eat you. The man screeched and ran away like a rat. We growled like monsters till the invaders were gone. I can't believe it. It worked. Yes. Everyone burst into laughter and delight. Misa and I ran to their makeshift prison and tapped me on the shoulder and pointed at Jack. I believe your friend is having a breakdown. Since his people have left without him, he can stay with us. Good, because Akira likes him. No, I don't. Liar. I ignored her and ran over to Jack. Are you crying? Is it because your people left without you? These are tears of joy. I finally got rid of them. And I get to keep all of the gold. You know, if you live with...
Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited! I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot. So I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row, the influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Sky's massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood.
Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Ugh, start it again.
Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes.
Fine. Everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out.
Hey, who did this?
Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What?
You thought I wouldn't get back at you?
I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again.
His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice. I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more.
As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live.
It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison?
Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all.
Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band.
Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't gonna end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot.
But we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow,
chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction.
I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry.
I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you. Shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go.
How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry?
I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough?
Wow, fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences, remember, I love you, son.
I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something.
So, Barry, would you ever consider going out with you? I thought you'd never ask. Later, when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello? Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us? I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too. Scooter, Mom handed me some paper bags.
I'm sorry we can't afford to pay someone for delivery, sweetie. Bear with me for a few more days.
Don't worry about it, Mom. I got this.
But I want you to focus on school.
And I can do both.
Fine. But always remember, stay in the side lane and
pause at every crossing to watch cars coming from all directions. Mom, trust me to know all this. I'm off now. Bye! As I zoomed through my hometown and reached the city center, I slowed down and stopped in front of a clothes shop. I'd been eyeing the red dress in the window display for ages, and I was so relieved to see it was still there. You wait for me, okay? I'm saving up for you. You're gonna look so good on Mom. Then I was on my way again, following the directions on the GPS to a huge mansion. I parked in the driveway and rang the bell, and to my shock, the door was opened by Dana, the bane of my life. I'd gotten the female lead in the school play instead of her last year, and she seemed to be holding on to a huge grudge ever since. Hi, you ordered chicken? Dana casually reached out to take the bags from me, and then tossed them aside.
So, the rumor is true. You're just a poor delivery girl running around town with greasy chicken. No wonder you always wear clothes that seem to be straight out of the trash. They smell like that too.
That'll be $20.
Here's $500. Keep the change. I know you badly need it.
I took the dollar bills, pulled out a 20, and put the rest on the floor. Not badly enough to accept it from you. And yeah, you shouldn't eat fried chicken. Maybe order a salad from someplace. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye! I turned around and hopped onto my scooter before she could reply.
I stood behind a pillar in the lobby of Dad's company Biotech, which was currently filled with journalists and photographers. My half-brother Ace stood confidently behind the podium on the makeshift stage, then signaled to one of the journalists to ask his question.
How does it feel to know that you'll be the country's youngest CEO at 18 3 months from now?
It feels great. I know it's a huge responsibility, but I'm certainly up for the challenge. Next.
The company seems to be in some trouble. We haven't seen any groundbreaking product in a long time. Can you keep up with your competitors?
Yes, of course. We're always working on new ideas, and I believe in my team's ability to come up with something that will keep us on top. Thank you all for coming today. Please, help yourselves to the buffet.
As the journalists dispersed, Ace wasn't smiling as widely anymore. He walked over to Dad, and I made sure to stay out of sight as I listened to them talking.
I'm impressed with how you handled those questions, son. But we both know that we need something really innovative this time, and soon.
Don't worry, Dad. I got this.
Of course, I trust you. But we need some breakthrough research, and that's not your area of expertise. It's your brother's.
Ace just rolled his eyes at that.
I can always find a way. You know that. I just need a little more time, Dad.
Dad nodded and patted him on the back, and I slipped away. My half-brother was an arrogant jerk who always wanted me to stay in the shadows so he could be the face of Dad's company. Well, he might have the looks and charisma, but I had the brains, and I'd been working on something very promising that I hoped I could share with Dad soon.
I was at my desk trying to focus on what I was typing, but that was not happening with my BFF Clover yapping away and eating chips loudly.
Dana is such a witch. She thinks she can get away with anything because she's the principal's daughter. She looks like an evil frog. I'll give Frog-Face Witch a piece of my mind in school tomorrow.
No, don't do that, Clover. She's not worth our time. Just forget about her.
Fine, if you insist. So, how's your story going? You're gonna get paid for it, right?
Yeah, it's just enough to help Mom with the bills this month. I have to submit it in 2 days, though, and I'm panicking because I'm having writer's block. But I noticed Clover wasn't even listening to me anymore and was busy leaning out the window.
Oh my, you better get your butt here this minute, sister. Guess who's back?
OMG, Ace? For real? Clover and I were practically drooling over the view next door. There was Ace, my gorgeous neighbor, stepping out of the pool with water rippling down his perfect ass. Just the perfect hero for love stories. Handsome, smart, and so charming.
You're lucky you live next door to him. I'm so jealous.
But just then, his brother Dominic walked out to the poolside and blocked Ace from our view.
Ugh, Dominic is ruining the show. Why are you friends with the wrong half-brother again? You should have befriended the hot one.
Come on, Dom is nice. You'll have to accept at some point that he's also one of my best friends.
Yeah, a friend who's in love with you.
What? Ew, no. Dom is like a brother to me. Well, not a brother exactly, but we're just friends. We don't see each other that way.
Okay, if you say so. I guess you've never paid attention to how he says your name.
There's only one way to say my name.
No, he goes like, Sadie, like he's stretching it out in a sexy kind of way.
Where do you come up with this trash?
Look, only one of us can have Ace anyway, so you should take the dork.
Just then, I noticed Dominic turning his head to look directly at me and Clover. A smirk crept up on his face as he said something to Ace. Oh my god, what is he doing? Is he telling Ace we've been spying on him? Just then, Ace looked up at us and laughed, and Clover and I dropped to the floor in panic.
That jerk exposed us. I told you, you're friends with the wrong brother.
Ugh, that dimwit.
I was brimming with excitement as I worked in Dad's lab, feeling confident that this time my experiment would work. But seconds later, I was interrupted when the door flung open and Ace walked in like he owned the place.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here.
I think you missed the do not disturb sign. What are you doing here anyway? Don't you have some party to go to?
Well, as the older and better brother who was chosen to lead this company by Dad one day, I thought I should come by and oversee things now and then.
I decided to ignore him as I continued working, but he walked closer to me and leaned on the counter.
If I were you, I'd spend less time in the lab and just focus on school, bro. I don't think your ideas are working out, and I may have to hire more capable scientists soon.
I'm not giving up yet. I think I'm close to something good.
Well, I'm not holding my breath.
And with that, he turned and left, leaving the door open. I walked behind him and slammed it shut. I hoped my idea would work, just so I could rub Ace's smug, stupid face in it.
I was determined to finish my story tonight no matter what. It was nice and quiet, I had my lucky socks on, and I just ordered my favorite banana pizza. Just as I was about to bite into a slice, my cat jumped up and snatched it from me. Hey, give that back, you greedy creature! Your cat food's in the bowl. This is mine! I chased Meowly Cyrus around the room, knocking over a bunch of things. It's the last piece, and I haven't eaten all day! I finally jumped forward and caught him. Gotcha! Just as I was about to snatch my slice from him, a roll of toilet paper came flying through the window and hit me on the forehead. I looked up annoyed to see Dominic climbing into the window ledge.
Let the poor cat eat in peace.
Stop acting like Meowly Cyrus's dad. Fine, Meowly. Here, have it. Are you happy now?
It's just a freaking pizza. A disgusting banana one, actually.
It's the meaning of my life, and you know it! Also, I'm still mad at you for yesterday. Why did you embarrass me and Clover in front of Ace? He must be thinking we're so lame!
He's not thinking about you. You're just one of his 1,000 fangirls.
Then he just flopped down on my bed, took out his own laptop from under it, and started working on something. I really hope you're doing some homework. You're always focused on your scientific research, and you'll fail high school at this rate.
This research is more important. I really need to prove my worth.
You know your dad loves you and Ace the same, right?
Sometimes I really don't think he does. And Ace definitely thinks he's better than me because his mom is rich and mine's poor. I know he's smart, but I really believe I can run Dad's company better. So I just gotta show him that. Sadie dropped down on the bed beside me and stared up at the ceiling, looking deep in thought. How's your romance story going?
I still need a few more scenes, but my mind isn't cooperating and I don't know why. He's just being difficult. And yes, it's a he. I've assigned a pronoun to each body part.
It's a surprise for someone as feminist as you to call the mind a he.
Well, he's annoying and stubborn and also gives me really stupid ideas at times. So yeah, it's a he.
Sadie sighed, then pulled out her hair tie and shook her hair out. And I felt kinda stunned. At that moment, she looked prettier than ever. Maybe you need to finally date someone. Experience is the best inspiration, you know.
Why would I date someone when we'll eventually break up? Nothing lasts forever, Dommy boy, so no thanks.
Wow, I didn't expect that coming from a romance writer.
The perfect love stories only exist on paper. Trust me.
Okay, Miss Cynical. What if you fake dated then? You know, role-playing can help visualize scenarios better.
That's an idea, but who would agree to fake date me?
I'm a very busy guy, but I could take out some time to help a friend in need.
What? I wouldn't be able to take you seriously for a second. That would never work.
And what prize would I get if I prove you wrong? Sadie smacked me with a pillow.
This and this too.
We both laughed as we broke up into a pillow fight.
The next day at school when the last bell rang, I was in a hurry to leave because I had to make Mom's deliveries. As I was rushing down the corridor, I suddenly went crashing straight into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see that it was freaking Dana. Oops, sorry, didn't see ya. As I quickly picked up my stuff, Dana's minion suddenly grabbed my arms.
Not so fast, honey.
And then Dana snatched my bag and took out my laptop.
Ooh, nice lappy. Where did you steal this from?
What? It's mine. Don't touch it. I tried moving towards Dana, but her minion was holding me back in a tight grip.
We've always wondered how a trashy peasant like you got accepted into this elite school.
There's a thing called a scholarship? I guess only smart kids know about it.
Look at that attitude. You don't belong here, delivery girl.
And with that, Dana threw the laptop on the floor so hard, it was instantly wrecked. No! Dana's minion let me go, and I kneeled down next to my poor laptop in despair. No, I don't have a backup for my story. Just then, I noticed a small crowd had gathered, which suddenly fell quiet and made way for someone to walk through. It was Margot, the most popular girl in school, who was sheer perfection from head to toe. But right now, her lovely face looked grim.
What's happening here?
Dana and her minion looked at each other in alarm.
Margot, we didn't do anything. She bumped into us on purpose.
We were just teaching her a lesson, I swear. She deserved it. She was really rude to me the other day.
Margot turned to Dana and gently pushed her against the wall.
Touch her again, and I'll make sure you'll regret it. Do you understand?
The two girls nodded their heads quickly and then fled the scene. Margot picked up my bag and handed it to me.
I'm sorry about what they did. I'll replace your laptop.
I tried to hold back my tears as I shook my head. You don't have to do that. It's not your fault.
I kind of feel like it is. They're my friends.
It's really not, and you're not them.
Okay, but if you change your mind, let me know.
I mustered a small smile and nodded, then watched Margot walk away. Rich, popular, pretty, and kind. I wish I could be like you. Later that night, I was sitting on my bed, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, when the doorbell rang downstairs. And to my surprise, it was a butler from Dominic's house with a package for me. I raced up to my room, ripping into the package like a ninja on a mission. Inside was the sleekest laptop I'd ever seen, shining like a knight's armor. Heard what happened in school today. I'm gonna be stuck in the lab till really late tonight, so I couldn't come see you. But you better not miss the deadline for that story. P.S. Don't drool on the keyboard, Dom. Oh my god, I could kiss you right now, Dom. I had to start the story from scratch, but I was suddenly pumped. I typed furiously the whole night and was finally done at dawn. At some point, I must have dozed off on my desk because I suddenly opened my eyes to find someone's face really close to me, and I jumped back with a shriek, falling off my chair. Dom, you scared the living daylights out of me.
I'm sorry. I was just checking to see if you were breathing. You're a very quiet sleeper. Have you submitted your story?
No, I need to do a final proofreading.
Why don't I do it for you?
I felt relieved as Dom took over my laptop, but then he made a funny face.
Princess Walk Walk. That's your pen name?
Yeah, it's cute, right? A chicken sound, like this. Bark, 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 bark.
Yeah, it's great. Got a nice ring to it. I'm sure Princess Walk Walk will be a very famous writer one day.
I stared sleepily at Dom's face as he read my story, and I couldn't help thinking that he looked really cute with his mussed-up hair.
Done! I think it's really good, Sadie. Send it.
I triumphantly sent the email and felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Wait, are you just coming back from the lab?
Yep, just thought I'd check on you before heading home, which I should do now. I could use a shower.
As he was leaving out the window, I placed a hand on his arm. Thank you again, for everything. You're the best. Dom looked back at me with a serious expression that I couldn't read.
You're welcome. Actually, Sadie, before I go, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I think I'm just gonna say it now.
Oh my god, was he gonna tell me he liked me?
So, what's the emergency?
Okay, so, yesterday I was having trouble with my ideas for my romantic story, and Dominic suggested that he and I could fake date for inspiration. Of course, I didn't take that seriously, but then he sent me a brand new laptop last evening so I could finish my story. I mean, that was just him being a good friend. But then he popped by this morning to check up on me and said he wanted to tell me something, and he looked really serious. And then he just told me something about their company problems. But Clover, I think you might be right, and he wanted to tell me that he likes me. No, wait, what if he's obsessed with me? I can't lose him as a friend, Clover.
Wow. So this is the emergency you're talking about? And I already told you he likes you. So now you want to confirm it?
Yes, and you will help me. Clover immediately dug into her bag and took out a book titled How to Tell If a Guy Likes You. Here are 18 signs. You just have that lying around in your bag?
Yes, for moments just like this. Also, I have a book called How to Dump a Guy Nicely. Here are 18 ways, but it's too soon for that. Now, let's see what signs we've got here. Okay. A man's feet point at what he wants. So if his feet are pointed at you when you two are talking, he's into you. Check.
Where else would his feet be pointed? He can't stand like a penguin.
He remembers small details about you. Check. He's always there when you need him. Check.
We've known each other for so long. Of course most of those would apply.
Yes, but some things need further observation. Like, does he look for your reaction first when he makes a comment or joke in a group? And is he using alpha body language around you?
Alpha body? What does that even mean?
That means we need to test a theory. You'll have to engage Dominic in conversation and observe his reactions and body language. Then you tell me your observations and I'll interpret them.
Just like that?
Yep. It won't be anything difficult. You're just talking to him like usual. But you'll just pay more attention this time.
Okay, I suppose I can do that.
I was in my pajamas and taking a plate of food to my room when I spotted the maid talking to someone at our front door. And it was the last person I was expecting. Margot? What brings you here?
Oh, hi. Can I come in and explain myself?
Yeah, of course. Come in, please. The maid moved aside and let Margot in and then left. And as Margot looked at me with a half smirk, I was suddenly very aware of my stupid pajamas.
Dominic, right? I came to see your brother.
Oh, wow. So you know my name?
Of course, we're in the same class.
Yeah, I knew that. My brother's not home yet.
That's all right. I just wanted to return his wallet. He dropped it at the dance club earlier today.
You guys were there together?
No, I just found it on the floor and realized it was his because of the ID inside.
I see. Well, I'll make sure he gets this. Thanks. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell between us as my brain scrambled for words. You didn't steal anything, right?
Excuse me?
What I mean is, maybe you stole the wallet's heart. Margot just stared at me with a poker face, and I could feel myself turning red. Okay, that was stupid. Wallets don't have hearts. Sorry, I was just trying to make you laugh. I tend to be a bit awkward around pretty girls. Margot's face softened and she smiled, and I couldn't help thinking how gorgeous she was.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
I made my way over to Dominic's place, hoping to test out some of Clover's theories on him. I rang the doorbell a couple of times and nearly fell back in shock when Margot opened the door, giggling about something.
Hey, Sadie.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting to. And then I noticed Dominic behind her, grinning like he had a clothes hanger stuck in his mouth.
Oh, hi, Sadie. Did we have plans or something that I forgot about?
No, I just came to ask something.
Sure, what is it?
You know what? I'm suddenly blank. I've completely forgotten what it was. Stupid dumb me. I'll text you when I remember. Bye! Before he could reply, I just turned around and left, and seconds later, I heard the door shut behind me. Since when were Margot and Dominic hanging out together? And why was this even bothering me?
Once Margot had left, I headed over to Sadie's house to ask why she'd dropped by earlier. I jumped over the fence as usual and climbed up her window. Sadie was curled up on the bed with her back to me, seemingly asleep. I quietly tiptoed in and saw that she was actually watching an MSA video on her phone. I leaned forward and said, "Boo!" Sadie nearly fell off the bed as I laughed.
Holy freaking butthole, you scared me!
I can't believe you're still not used to this. God, you look so stupid every time.
Ha, very funny. Can we do this another time? I'm tired.
What a buzzkill. Did something happen? Do you want some pizza?
I told you, I'm just tired. Go away.
I was surprised and a bit disappointed. And I was about to leave when I found Meowly rubbing herself against my leg.
Oh, hello there, Meowly. Do you know how to twerk?
Meowly suddenly sneered and scratched my hand hard.
Ow, bad kitty!
Look, Sadie, she scratched me.
I've been telling you, Meowly is evil, but you always take her side.
She glared at Meowly, who was busy licking its butt now, and then rummaged through her drawers for her first aid kit.
Give me your hand.
I immediately obliged, and as she put a bandage on, I couldn't help sneaking a few glances at her face.
There you go.
Thanks. So, did Princess Walk Walk get her first ever pay?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm gonna buy something for Mom tomorrow. It's her birthday. Also, I'm throwing a little dinner party for her, and I'd love it if you and Clover could join.
Of course, we'll be there. Is that what you came to say earlier?
Oh, yeah. I thought it would be rude to invite you to a party and not invite Margot. Although, I don't even know her, but yeah, I thought I'd just tell you later. And I had no idea you two were friends.
Well, we're not. Not really. She had just come by to return Ace's wallet.
Oh, so they're like a thing.
That's what I thought. But no, he dropped his wallet in a club and she found it. Anyway, let's go find some praying mantis in the yard.
You and your obsession with that weird insect. Go to sleep, buddy.
It's just 10 at night. Come on, princess. Let's go have your favorite strawberry shake after. Sadie looked a bit thoughtful for a few seconds, then said,
Okay, I'm in. Later when we were at the diner, I was watching Dominic placing our order at the counter, and I couldn't help wondering why I was finding him extra attractive these days. Soon, he came to the table with just one milkshake in hand. Just one?
Yep, we'll share it.
Are you out of cash? You could have just told me.
No, I have enough money. I was just thinking that maybe we could push that fake dating thing if you want. To give you more ideas for your next story. Couples share food and drinks, I'm guessing.
I was slightly taken aback, but I covered it up quickly by laughing out loud. I didn't think you were serious. Doing that with you sounds super weird.
Why would it be weird? I'm just trying to help you, and we're just friends, right? Unless you're secretly in love with me or something.
Oh God, please don't say that again. It almost gave me a stroke.
Too bad it didn't happen.
I just grabbed the shake from him and sipped on it while I prepared myself to test out Clover's signs.
If a guy likes you, he should maintain eye contact most of the time.
I leaned over on the table and stared intently at Dominic, who looked weirded out.
What you doing?
Nothing. You're ugly, and I just realized that you have two eyes.
You just realized that? Did you hit your head somewhere?
Just then, a pretty waitress walked by, and Dominic was immediately distracted.
He will try to impress you most of the time.
Didn't look like Dominic was making any effort to impress me. In fact, he let out a long burp, and I felt disgusted.
He finds small ways to compliment you.
As I fixed my hair and tried to look cute, Dominic made a weird face.
Why are you pouting? You look like a dying fish.
He finds small ways to touch your arm or hand while talking.
Oh my God, you gotta look at this dog and monkey video. It's so funny.
Just then, he punched my arm hard like I was his bro or something. And it actually hurt. Can we go home now? As we drove back, I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It looked like he wasn't into me after all.
I was at my best friend Justin's place for our weekly video game night, and I was finding it hard to focus.
Come on, dude. Stop being a wuss and play like a man.
I'm trying. Okay, actually, no, I'm not trying. I give up. I'm just not in the mood today, sorry.
Then why did you come over to challenge me?
I just needed someone to talk to.
Since I'm your only other friend besides Sadie, I guess you want to talk to me about Sadie. What happened? Did you two fight?
No, we're fine.
Then what? You finally realized that you like her?
What? No! And why would I like her? She's like a cousin.
Yeah, okay. I believe you.
I mean it. I don't like her. Not like that. And besides, she likes my brother. He's good looking and literally good at everything.
You're smarter than him, though.
I'm more book smart, but he's smarter in business and life. Of course Sadie would like him.
You're in deep trouble, dude.
You're useless. Do you know that?
Whatever. What is it you want to tell me?
Nothing now. I'm off. Bye. I threw a pillow at his head and left.
Mom's little birthday party had gone great, and she loved the present I got her. The next morning, I used a tidbit of makeup and decided to let down my hair. As I walked into school, I could feel more eyes on me than usual. Later that day, I was supposed to meet Dominic in the library, and I wanted to see his reaction too. But he was 20 minutes late. Finally, I called him. Where are you? We don't have all day to finish this homework. The class will start in 15 minutes.
Sorry, I'll be late today. I'm at the lab. Can you just work on mine too? pretty please?
No.
Come on! You can do this for your best friend who's amazing and has been busy cracking the cure for paralysis for months now.
Ugh, okay, fine.
Thanks, you're the best.
I rolled my eyes and hung up and went back to focusing on my homework. But sometime later when I lifted my head, I noticed Ace sitting at a table across the room. He looked super serious, talking to someone on the phone in a low voice while flipping through a business book. Ace? In the library? That's gotta be a first. I went back to work, and when I looked at the time, I realized I was running late for class. As I rushed out, someone reached for the doorknob at exactly the same time as me, and our hands brushed. I looked up to see it was Ace, who had a half smile on his face. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please. After you.
I could feel myself turning red as I smiled and stepped out, and Ace followed me.
Did you see that?
What?
Ace and Sadie. They came out of the library together. And she's looking pretty decent this time. There's something fishy going on here.
It's just a coincidence. Dom has low standards to be friends with someone like her, but Ace is classy.
Yeah, but she is smart and pretty and lives right next to him. But you're right. If Ace finally dates someone, it would probably be someone like you.
Someone like me? It should definitely be me. That girl should stay away from my Ace.
Girl, you're pathetic. You went out with him once in the 7th grade, right? And now you're acting like you have 5 children together or something.
Excuse me?
No, excuse me. I mean, get out of my way. Hey, Sadie, wait for me.
Later that evening, Mom and I had gone out for groceries, but when we returned and walked into our house, we were shocked to find our living room completely trashed. Oh my God, who did this? I'm gonna call the police. I whipped out my cell phone immediately, but Mom suddenly stopped me. That's when I saw the handwritten note she was holding in her hand, which said, "You're running out of time."
No. Oh God, I know who did this.
You do? What's happening, Mom? Who's that note from? Mom looked terrified and started to cry, and I gently led her to the couch. Mom, whatever it is, please tell me. Once she was a bit calmer, she started to speak.
I took out loans from some people for business in this house a long time ago, and I've been repaying them over the years, but this year it just started to get a bit overwhelming. I've been late with some payments, and they're not happy about it.
Why didn't you go to the bank for loans?
I can't, sweetie. You know I'm an illegal immigrant.
You should have told me about this earlier. I could have looked for another job besides writing.
I didn't want to burden you with more. I'm so sorry, Sadie.
I hugged Mom tight, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay, when suddenly we heard a loud thud outside, and we both froze in alarm.
We had just sat down for dinner when Ace sniffed the air, then made an annoyed face.
Dad, can we please move to a better neighborhood?
Why? It's a nice place and our house is fancy enough.
But the smell of fried chicken is killing me.
Who hates the smell of fried chicken?
I do. It's all I can think about all day and I can't even eat it. Do you know how hard I work out?
Okay, enough with the nonsense talk, boys. I have an important announcement to make tonight.
I already knew what it was, and I could barely hide my glee.
I got a call from Dr. Henry at the lab some time ago, and he informed me that Dominic just made what could be the medical breakthrough of the decade.
Ace looked completely stunned.
Several companies are already showing interest in buying the research to produce it. Dom, you may just have solved the company's financial problems.
Dad, I want us to produce and distribute it ourselves. Trust me, it'll bring more money to the company. I've worked out the numbers.
And here I thought you don't have a business mind. Ace, your brother is giving you some tough competition for the CEO spot. Now let's raise a toast to him. To Dominic.
To Dominic.
The next day, I decided to join the gym where Ace worked out, and he clearly wasn't happy to see me. He put on boxing gloves and started hitting the punching bag, and I was certain he was imagining it was my face. I started exercising too, but just a few minutes later, I heard a girl's shrill scream, and I turned around to find Dana on the floor next to Ace, who looked very confused.
Oh my God, you hit my cheek with your elbow.
I did?
You did. It hurts so much. Oh God, my flawless cheek will be bruised till Christmas.
I controlled my laughter and walked over to Ace as Dana's loud wailing continued drawing attention.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you stop crying, please? Let me take you to the clinic downstairs.
I think it's better if you just take me to lunch. I'm sure an ice pack would help my bruise.
Bro, it's the least you could do after hitting her. Ace glared at me as he turned to Dana.
Sorry, but I don't have time for...
Oh my God, this hurts. My face.
Fine. I think lunch is a good idea. Dom, you should join us too.
Does he have to?
I'd love to. Later in the food court, I couldn't stop grinning as Data slurped loudly on an extra-large smoothie while Ace looked bored and annoyed.
I can't believe I'm looking at the future president of biotech. Wow.
Who are you talking about?
Me, of course.
It's not set in stone, bro.
Ew, of course it's gonna be Ace. You're so cool, Ace. Your next girlfriend would be the luckiest girl on Earth, babe.
She winked at him, and he just stared back at her blankly.
This is just the best second date ever.
How is this a date? And when did we have our first?
Don't you remember our 7th grade date? You know, that time we went to the amusement park and you held my hand on the merry-go-round?
And then you puked on my shoes? Holy shit. You're Vomit Girl?
Yes, that's me. And it's so cute you have a nickname for me too. I think I'm gonna cry.
OMG, you guys are just meant to be!
Dom, why are you even here?
You literally invited me.
Dana, are you feeling better now?
So much better.
Great. Now if you'll excuse me, I have important things to do.
What? But
Ace left before she could even finish, and I burst out laughing. I paid for it immediately when Dana dunked the rest of her smoothie on my head and stormed off. But it was kind of worth it.
I was sitting with Clover in the cafe when Justin came by looking for Dominic. I told him we were waiting for him too, and he plopped his butt next to us and started playing on his phone. Clover looked annoyed at him as usual and was sipping her juice loudly when suddenly she started coughing hard. Hey, are you okay?
What a careless squid.
Did you just call me a squid?
What should I call you dressed like that? A beautiful princess from a faraway land?
Finally, you're making some sense.
I was laughing at their dumb banter when Dominic walked in, smiling from ear to ear.
Here comes the superstar. You're all over the news, dude. Fist bump.
I'm so proud of you, Dom.
I wanted to celebrate it with you last night, but Dad kept me really busy.
I guess you're the favorite son now.
You bet I am.
Okay, Dominic's here now, so tell us your news, Sadie.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to bring the mood down, but I really have to tell you guys this. So, Mom told me something. As I was speaking, Dom's phone kept ringing, and he was obviously distracted.
I'm so sorry, guys. I need to take this. It could take a while.
He got up to answer the call, and Justin picked up his bag too.
Okay then, I'm gonna head out.
Literally no one asked, and also, we don't care.
Justin picked up her sandwich from her food tray, made a peace sign, and left.
Ugh, he's so annoying. Why is Dom even friends with him? Speaking of which, it looks like Dommy Boy is booked and busy now.
Of course he is, and I'm happy for him.
I hope he doesn't forget all about us soon. So, what were you saying about your mom again?
Yeah, about that. Some really shady people are after us. They broke into our house and destroyed the living room and threw some big rocks at our door.
What? That's terrifying. Did you call the police?
No, we can't do that. It's a long story.
Dad had booked a private hall in a hotel for the night's event, and the place was bustling with people in expensive suits and gowns. As Dad stepped onto the small stage, the chatter and the music died down as all eyes turned to him.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Tonight is a very special night because we are celebrating a milestone in my younger son's career as a scientist. His amazing new product will be available on the market in 3 weeks' time.
He beamed at me proudly as the audience applauded. Dad raised his glass, and everyone followed him.
I present to you with great pride the brains behind our company's latest contribution to the medical field, Dominic!
As everyone joined Dad's toast, my gaze shifted to Ace. I could tell how forced his smile was, and I'd never felt more satisfied. After socializing with a bunch of people, I slipped away for a bit to get a break. I just sat down at the bar when Dad approached me, along with a sophisticated-looking couple.
Dominic, there you are! I would like you to meet Mr. Hansen, the CEO of one of the biggest mobile companies in the country. And this is his wife, Senator Hansen.
As I thanked them for coming, suddenly, someone else joined us.
I'm sorry, I got caught up in the restroom.
Margot?
Dominic! Hey! Congratulations!
So, you know each other?
Yes, sir. We are...
Friends. We're in the same class. And, yeah, we're close friends. Right, Dom?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, how lovely. How come you two never mentioned you were friends, Marco?
You never asked.
I'm very pleased you two are well acquainted. We'll leave you two in each other's company then while we talk business.
When our parents were far enough, I turned to Margot. What was all that about?
I'm so sorry for putting you on the spot. My parents are always after me for not being social enough, and I knew they'd be happy if they thought we were friends.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. would you like some fruit punch?
Sure, why not?
The bartender got us our drinks and we sipped away in awkward silence before Margot broke it.
Well, I didn't completely lie. We're in the same class.
You got a point. So that just makes you half a liar. Is that better? Margot laughed, and I felt rather pleased with myself. She finished her drink and got up to leave.
See you around, Dominic. I'll look forward to your jokes next time.
I could feel myself turn red as I smiled and watched her walk away.
I kept looking out my window impatiently, wondering when Dominic would be back. He hadn't replied to my texts, and when I called him, he didn't answer either. Just then, I looked out the window again, and to my surprise, I found Ace by the pool. If he's back from the event, shouldn't Dom be too? I decided to just go over and ask Ace. I walked through the gap in the fence that divided our houses and went to the pool area. Ace was propped up against the ledge, with his head leaning back and his eyes closed. Hi. Sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to ask where Dominic is. He hasn't been answering my calls. Ace turned around with a half smirk on his face.
He's still pretty busy with all the attention he's getting now. He's been craving this kind of validation his whole life, you know?
I was just asking if he's already home because I was getting worried. As I was speaking, Ace got out of the pool, stood in front of me, and started shaking water out of his hair.
Oh, yeah?
And then, out of nowhere, he pulled me in by the waist till our faces were inches apart. What are you doing?
You got a stray eyelash.
He flicked it away gently from my cheek. Wow, how did you see that? It's pretty dark.
Perfect vision, I guess?
Then he winked at me and let me go. I was still feeling pretty confused by the whole situation when I spotted Dom walk up to the front door of their house.
As I stormed angrily towards the door, I couldn't believe that I'd just seen Ace and Sadie kissing. Yeah, sure, I knew everyone had a crush on Ace, but I never imagined Sadie would like Ace seriously. Just as I was opening the main door, I saw Sadie running up to me.
Hey, buddy, where have you been? I called you a whole lot.
Sadie, if you don't mind, I'm exhausted right now. Let's talk tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Good night then.
I managed to give her a weak smile before I went in and closed the door. It felt like my heart was burning.
The next day at school, I was still feeling troubled by Dom's behavior, and I started talking to Clover about it as we put away our stuff in the lockers. So, last night, I went over to Dom's place, and just then, I noticed Clover wasn't even listening and was watching something over my shoulder.
Wait, is that Dom?
I turned around, and I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Dom's shirt was unbuttoned at the top. He wasn't wearing thick glasses anymore, and his hair was slicked back with gel. Other kids in the hallway were turning around to look at him as he walked towards us.
You're Dominic the science nerd, right?
Hey, what's with the new look? We barely recognized you. But Dominic just ignored us like we were invisible. And then to my shock, he walked straight to Margot at the end of the hall. The two of them left together, laughing and chatting.
Did he just ignore us and walk up to Margot?
I just stayed quiet as I watched them, and suddenly Justin was beside me.
Is that our boy? What happened to his hair?
Beats me. We're running late for class, Clover.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
I shrugged and left.
Hey, can you take your headphones off for 1 second? We need to talk.
Do we really need to?
Yes, we do. What's going on with Dominic? Did he say anything to you about Sadie or Margot?
What Dominic and I talk about stays between us. And you shouldn't be so nosy. You're already annoying enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my video game to get to.
Hope you lose badly.
The next day, when I walked into the kitchen, I found Mom sitting at the table with her head in her hands. Mom, are you all right? Mom looked up and she was crying. Mom, what's wrong?
The people who trashed our house. Their boss called earlier and reminded me of the money I owe him. I told him I could pay a portion of it soon, but he wants the full amount. Sadie, he was the one who helped me with my immigration papers. He said if I don't pay up soon, he could easily mess up my documents and get me deported.
What? Mom, he can't do that. Can he? She just looked at me sadly, and I hugged her tight, feeling panicked. I called up Clover later and told her everything, and she immediately told me to talk to Dom. He's been so busy and, I don't know, acting weird. But this qualifies as an emergency, right?
Yeah, dude. His family's influential, and he is your friend. Listen, I gotta go, but talk to him right now and update me.
Clover hung up, and I looked over at his place. She was right. He had to be there for me now. I marched over to his mansion immediately. The maid let me in and told me Dominic was in the library. When I walked in, I spotted Dom in the armchair by the fireplace reading a book. Hey, Dominic didn't react, and I thought he hadn't heard me. I inched closer and tapped him on the shoulder. That's when he looked up at me, then slowly put his book away.
Sorry, I didn't notice you coming in. What's up?
I was about to speak, but his phone rang and he held up his hand, asking me to wait.
Sir? Of course, yes, I'll be there. I'm on my way.
He ended the call and awkwardly rubbed his neck.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
You don't have 5 minutes? It's kind of important.
Not right now. Maybe later?
Sure. He didn't even look at me again as he rushed out, and suddenly, my eyes welled up with tears. I was leaving the mansion when Ace caught up with me.
Hey, hold up. You look upset. Is everything okay?
Hi. Yeah, it's nothing, really.
I may not be Dom, but if you need someone to talk to, I can listen, you know?
It's just some silly stuff, Ace. I wouldn't bore you with it. And I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Try me. Come on.
Ace led me to the living room, and I decided to open up to him. Okay, I really don't know what to do anymore. I found out recently that we are neck-deep in debt. The shady people that my mom owes money to are threatening to take our house, as well as mess with my mom's immigration status because they helped her with those papers. Ace was quiet and looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
If your mom's immigration papers are processed legally, then there's nothing to worry about. I know a few people in the immigration office, and I'll ask them to do it.
You would? Why?
Sadie, I've known you just as long as Dom has. We're neighbors. We aren't close, but I consider you a friend. Trust me, this isn't a big deal.
Ace, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events. But I was gonna take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm gonna use it to bring you down very soon.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrap box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you! Look, she's torn the wrapping!" Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet. That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw 2 women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the 2. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul. I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, hey, Gwen, what's going on? I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her. I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually. I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, your jerk brother cheated on me. She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself. Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want. He forced a smile and said, well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money? Why was I not surprised? I said, I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you. That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, no matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do. With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, They had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Paris. Enchanting, romantic, a place like no other. The city of my dreams. Until now. My name is Ella, and I started my summer vacation in Paris, hauling a backpack and suitcase up 5 flights of stairs because the elevator at the hostel was broken. I had a reservation for the first floor, but my cheating ex-boyfriend got here first and used it with his new girlfriend, Harpy. Harper. But it's fine. I'm only 2 days behind them, but I can catch up. They're probably using the itinerary I put together. Because Ryan, the human equivalent of a decorative houseplant, is too lazy to do his own research. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. I met Ryan in the 3rd grade when we were 8 years old. It was love at first sight. We passed notes in class, we ate lunch together, we did homework together. Well, technically, I did all our schoolwork, year after year, while Ryan blissfully coasted through life doing whatever the heck he wanted, like perfecting his dumb video game skills. Number 4. The Boston Tea Party was a protest against... Ryan, are you even listening? I'm trying to walk you through the homework so you can actually answer a question if the professor asks tomorrow.
I'll be fine. The professor likes me anyway.
I don't think so. Just today, she said that you have the memory of a frog, and that you should get your head out of...
Okay, I get your point. But who cares what a dumb professor thinks about me? Studies are for losers anyway.
Did you just call me a loser?
No, not you, of course. You're amazing. You're the best, Ella. Now let's just finish this so I can finally treat you to your favorite ice cream. I'm done with my game anyway.
Really? Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I kind of missed the point there. And things didn't change much even as I grew older. By the time we got to high school, everyone was calling us Ryanella, much like Cinderella. Because, just like her, I was out here slogging my butt off for Ryan while he lived his best carefree zero-effort life. The entire school saw it, except me. People would literally call me his unpaid assistant, a doormat, a carpet under Ryan's feet. But I ignored them because Ryan would occasionally give me a big hug, flash that lazy smile, and say,
Ella, you're the best.
Soon it was time for senior year, and I threw myself into planning our big post-graduation trip to Paris. The perfect way to kick off our next chapter before heading to college together. Well, my new chapter, because Ryan had decided to take a gap year. I always thought we'd go to college together. That was the plan, right?
Well, plans change, Ella. Besides, I really need to, find myself first. There's so much untapped potential inside me. Who am I, really? What do I want? I need to feel my vibes. You know what I mean?
I guess. But we're still on for Paris, right? Because I'd hate for your graduation gift to go to waste. And I pulled out a receipt for a first-class ticket to Paris. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he threw his arms around me.
Oh my God, this is the best gift ever! But I didn't get you anything.
You're in my life, and that's all I want.
You're the best, Ella.
I was practically floating when I got back home. Ryan and I were gonna spend our entire summer in Paris, and it was gonna be epic. I was just making plans in my head for the most romantic getaway ever when Mom walked into my room. Ella? Why am I getting a message from the bank saying you spent over $1,000 on a first-class plane ticket? For Ryan? I was gonna tell you, Mom. What? That you spent your inheritance money on a stupid ticket? Ella, that money was for your future. Ryan is my future, Mom. I've loved him since the 3rd grade. Besides, I'll be going to college soon, and I wanted to end our graduation on a happy note. Will you please stop judging me now? I'm not judging you, Elle.
But sometimes you act like an idiot around Ryan. He might be a nice boy, but what if there's someone else out there who's better for you?
Better than Ryan? That's impossible, Mom. He's the only one in the world for me.
Mom didn't argue with me after that.
A week later, we had our senior prom. And as expected, Ryan and I were crowned the prom king and queen. It was the best night of my life until Harper showed up and Ryan ignored me like I was a potted plant in a corner.
Harper! What are you doing here?
You're Harper? How nice to finally meet.
My cousin Wally needed a date for the prom. I flew in last night.
Ryan, aren't you gonna introduce me?
Wow, that's great! How long are you staying?
Hi, Harper. I'm Ella.
My family is moving here this summer, permanently.
So you're going to our...
Cool. Then we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
For the rest of the night, Harper hovered around me and Ryan like a honeybee. She was on the dance floor, by the punch bowl, laughing at the stupidest things Ryan said. It wasn't like I was enjoying third-wheeling in my own relationship, but they were old friends. Ryan had always told me stories about how they were close as kids, so maybe he was just excited to see her again. And maybe I was just overthinking. But then we went to the ladies' room, and Harper turned to me with a smirk.
I love that crown. Do you mind if I try it on?
Before I could answer, she snatched it off my head and crowned herself. For a moment, I fantasized about wrestling her to the ground and taking back what was mine. But all I did was smile like an idiot and tell her how pretty she looked. I thought I would just tell Ryan about it on our way back home, but he insisted on dropping off Harper and her cousin.
Shotgun!
She slipped into the front seat, while I was stuck in the back with Wally snoring on my shoulder. Suddenly, the car stopped.
Ella, you're home.
Wait, you're dropping me off first?
You're on the way to their house.
Can I at least have my crown back?
Oh, but it looks so much better on me. Please let me borrow it for tonight. I'll make sure to send it with Ryan tomorrow.
But...
Relax, Ella. It's just a dumb crown. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And he just left. It's safe to say, I never got my crown back. Or my man. Because 2 days later, Harper, joined our school and Ryan broke up with me. He started ignoring me at school and didn't even return any of my calls or messages.
Ryan here. Leave me a message. And if this is Ella, stop texting me.
I spent thousands on your first-class ticket to Paris, and I was gonna fly coach. That's how much I love you, and now you're ghosting me?
I was devastated, and I planned on hiding under the covers forever. But on the day of my graduation, Mom flung open my door. Ella, enough is enough. You're graduating today. I'm not going. You worked hard for this. Don't let that boy take it away from you. Everyone knows he dumped me for Harpy. It's embarrassing, Mom. Well, if you ask me, it's a blessing. Now you won't be stuck with a lazy loser who doesn't know what to do with his life. And you can finally travel to Paris all by yourself, doing things that you like. No, I can't do it. I'll go to the graduation, but to go to the most romantic city in the world without my one true love? I'd rather eat sawdust. Besides, Ryan and I planned that trip together. No, Ella, you planned that trip. Ryan just showed up. Now get up, put on a cute dress, and go to your graduation with your chin up. I did what Mom said, and honestly, it felt like a good idea. My friends tried to cheer me up, and for a moment, I was happy. But then, I walked on stage to get my diploma and spotted Harper sitting in the front row, wearing my crown. And I knew it was going to be a long, horrible summer. I drowned myself in pity for the rest of the summer. Ate junk food, watched sad movies, doom-scrolled social media till I passed out crying over my stupid single life, while everyone else posted pics of their perfect summer. Volleyball games on the beach under the California sun, trips to the Redwood Forest, the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, Ryan and Harper, the Eiffel Tower behind them. Wait, what? Ryan went to Paris with Harpy? I immediately clicked his social media profile. And there he was, enjoying that two-faced witch on my vacation. Ryan and Harper taking a selfie at an outdoor Parisian cafe. Ryan jumping for joy, the Arc de Triomphe behind him. Harper, holding a yellow umbrella in front of a hotel that we were supposed to stay in. I had it. It was one thing to break up with me, and a totally different thing to take Harper, on a vacation that I planned. My blood boiled, and I screamed for Mom. Mom, I'm going to Paris! The Paris streets were bustling with life. People walking their dogs, couples chatting in outdoor cafes, everyone dressed in immaculate clothes. This was the Paris of my dreams. But I couldn't enjoy it because I was on a mission to find my cheating ex-boyfriend. And the best place to start my quest was at the hotel. I was sitting in an outdoor cafe across from the hotel, sipping my third cafe au lait, when suddenly the hotel doors opened, and Harper, and Ryan walked out, hand in hand. I threw some money on the table and started stalking them until they stopped to look in a shop window. Ryan looked behind, and I immediately ducked into a souvenir shop. I bought a baseball cap and an oversized hoodie as a disguise, and continued tailing them when I saw Ryan hail a taxi. I felt angry, miserable, and humiliated all at the same time, and I wanted to bawl my eyes out. But just then, my phone pinged. It was a social media notification from Ryan. A selfie of the happy couple in the taxi. Next stop, the Louvre. I immediately decided to take a taxi, but they flew past me like I was made of cellophane. Am I invisible? I pulled up a map on my phone. The Louvre was only 1.5 miles away. If I walked fast, I could make it in 30 minutes. I made my way through the streets, crowded with slow-walking tourists, trying not to step on anyone. Pardon-moi. And when I saw the iconic glass pyramid up ahead, I started to run. I finally entered the museum, and my eyes went straight to this gorgeous painting, the Mona Lisa. The masterpiece was smaller than I had imagined, but it was a thrill to see her. I was admiring the artwork when I felt a hand pull the cell phone out of my back pocket. I smiled to myself, then turned around to see a handsome pickpocket slipping it into his jacket. It's a fake.
I assure you, the Mona Lisa is quite real.
No, I mean the cell phone you just stole, it's fake. The City of Love is quite famous for pickpockets at tourist attractions. So I carry a fake cell phone for thieves to steal, then continue on their way.
Then I'll continue on my way.
I grabbed his arm and held on. Not so fast. Why are you faking a French accent?
I was born here, but then my mother took me to Hollywood. She wanted to act in films.
Clearly she must have failed because here you are, robbing tourists.
Can you let me go now?
No. Look, you have two choices. I can go tell the security guard you stole my phone, or you can help me find these two losers. I showed him the pic of Ryan and Harpy by the Eiffel Tower.
Did they steal your fake wallet?
No, that's still in my bag. She stole the love of my life, and I'm going to get him back, with your help. Because you speak French, and 4 eyes are better than 2.
I'd rather get arrested.
Please, I can pay you.
Why are you running after the despicable monster who dumped you?
Because I've loved him since the 3rd grade.
And maybe it's time to grow up.
You don't understand. I've spent all these years planning a future with him. Now my future is a big blank because this girl stole him from me. And now they're out having fun on my vacation, and here I am trying to talk a pickpocket into helping me tail them. Oh God, I'm such a loser. I feel like slapping myself across the face. And then I don't know what happened, but I started to cry. Like a real hard, ugly cry.
Could you please stop crying? Everyone's staring at me like I stole your kidney.
Will you help me?
Okay, I'll help you. But your ex isn't here.
How could you possibly know? Gabriel pulled out a wallet and flipped it open. Ryan's ID was inside.
They were on their way out of the museum when I, bumped into him.
I must be an evil person because this news put me in a better mood. Maybe he deserves it. But when we find them, you'll give it back, okay?
Of course. There's one problem. How do we know where they're going?
I think they're following my itinerary. If I'm right, their next stop is the Jardin des Tuileries. The fountain was even prettier in person, and it took me back to the time I was planning the trip. Back then, I imagined myself strolling the sweeping promenades of the garden with my Ryan. Instead, I was walking around the iconic central pool with a French pickpocket.
Since I'm helping you stalk your ex, Shouldn't we know each other's names?
I'm Ella.
Like short for Cinderella? Isabella? Mozzarella?
Just Ella. Now, can we focus on finding Ryan?
I'm Gabriel, in case you're interested.
But I wasn't. I was too focused on finding Ryan. Just then, I took a sip from my harmonica bottle, then casually played a tune on the harmonica built into the cap.
Did you just make music with your water bottle?
Yep. Coolest thing ever. Hydration and entertainment in one. Whoever invented this is a genius.
Okay, that's actually impressive. I kind of want one.
Oh, are you planning to steal it?
Some things are actually worth paying for. Can I try it?
Uh-huh. Fine. Here, try it. Just blow into the cap, like a civilized person.
This is cool, and I love it. Where do I get one?
Amazon. Link's in the description. Now, can you walk a little faster?
What's the American saying? Stop to smell the roses?
I'm not here to see the sights. I'm here to get my man back.
And what will you do when we find him? Punch him in the nose, drop to your knees, and beg him to come back? Kiss me passionately to get him jealous? All of the above?
None of the above. I'll simply tell him we were meant to be together.
Oh, sure. That should work.
He'll come to his senses.
I'm hungry. Aren't you?
And suddenly, my tummy started making noises, and I realized that I hadn't eaten the whole day. Gabriel suggested we sit outside a small cafe at the edge of the garden and keep watch from there. I was inhaling my pasta when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. What?
Just never seen a pretty girl eat pasta like an uncivilized freak. Let me show you the right way to do it.
And then he picked up his fork, spun the spaghetti against the spoon in one fluid, effortless motion, lifting the perfect swirl of pasta to his lips. Slow, deliberate, ridiculously attractive. I was so lost in watching him swirl that pasta that I barely noticed when the waiter brought a bottle of wine to our table and poured 2 glasses. But I'm not 21 yet.
In Paris, the legal age is 18. Santé.
Santé. As we ate, I learned more about Gabriel. His mother brought him back to Paris when he was 14 so she could help his grandparents run the family cafe. He cleaned tables after school until he was old enough to be a waiter. But then his grandparents passed away in a car crash.
Mom wanted to keep the cafe in the family, but she wasn't good at business. She took out several loans and struggled to keep up with the payments. And she got sick and left. Since I was not earning enough to pay the loans, the bank foreclosed on us and I lost the cafe.
What about your dad?
He's not around anymore, but I don't need him either. One day, I will make enough money to buy my cafe back. This pickpocketing thing, it's just temporary.
The waiter handed Gabriel the bill, and he pulled out Ryan's wallet.
I think Ryan should buy you dinner, no?
Oui. Once Gabriel and I left the cafe, I told him that the next stop on the itinerary was a sunset walk along the Seine River. The setting sun sparkled across the river. Couples strolled hand in hand. It was truly romantic. Then I caught sight of a familiar head in the crowd. That's Ryan! I started to make my way through the crowd with Gabriel right behind me.
Shouldn't we discuss strategy?
Just follow my lead. But I had no lead for him to follow. All I had was a stupid plan in my head. That I would stand next to Ryan and pretend to trip into him in the middle of the crowd. But just as I leaned, Ryan moved away, and instead of dramatically crashing into him, my face planted straight into the pavement.
Ella? Is that you?
I got up and flipped my hair back, ignoring the fact that I probably looked like an injured street pigeon. Oh, Ryan, what a surprise. I didn't think you'd be in Paris. You know, on that ticket I paid for. You really have no self-respect, do you? Oh, wow, Harper, is that you? I could barely recognize you. I guess the Paris sun has really roasted you alive. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's not the sun. Maybe that's just how you glow when you're half human, half pure evil.
Ella, you shouldn't have come here.
Why? I planned this entire trip, didn't I? I made the itinerary, the reservations, the whole experience. Why shouldn't I be here? And don't worry, I'm not here to stalk you. No, sir. I actually came here with my boyfriend. I turned around to see Gabriel staring at me in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. This is Gabriel, my mi amor, the guy who stole my heart away. Right, sweetie potato?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Wait, you have a boyfriend? You were crying over me just last week.
Weak schmeek. I'm over you, darling.
And why are you so surprised? You moved on in less than a day. Forgot about all our great love like it was yesterday's trash.
What great love? Ryan and I had been dating for a year before the prom happened.
A year? I thought you loved me, Ryan.
Whoa, I never said I loved you, Ella. I said you were the best, and you are. You always made things easy for me. But now it's over.
It hit me like a nuclear bomb. He was right. He never said he loved me. All those years, every birthday card was signed, "You're the best." After every date, I'd only get a quick peck on the cheek. My blood boiled with anger. And before I could think, I just whirled around, grabbed Gabriel by the collar, and kissed him. I thought he'd push me away, but to my surprise, his hands wrapped around my waist, and he kissed me back. When I finally pulled away, Ryan just stood there, frozen. Well, that settles it. You and I are officially over. Have fun on my trip.
And I think this belongs to you. Found it on the ground, much like your ego.
And I ran before Ryan could see my tears, with Gabriel close behind me.
You okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the guy I've loved all my life was cheating on me behind my back, and my first kiss was with a French criminal. But yeah, I'm totally fine.
I'm not a criminal, okay? And what do you mean by first kiss? You and Ryan have never kissed before?
Of course we have. Okay, fine. We never kissed. Unless you count an occasional peck on the cheek, like some bird pecking its seeds. I guess that makes me a giant loser who's been in denial about everything.
I don't think you're a loser. Maybe just someone who loved a loser.
Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better.
What do you want me to say? You're a perfectly beautiful girl who probably has the prettiest eyes I've ever seen. You're smart, brave, and definitely have a personality. So I don't know why you're crying over some guy who barely cares about you when you could have literally anyone else in the world.
You sound like my mom.
And moms are almost always right.
You really think I have pretty eyes?
The prettiest I've seen.
And I'm not a loser?
Maybe a little, but Ryan's a bigger one for sure. Now please, stop crying and let's get you an ice pack. You did fall on your face, remember?
Gabriel and I spent the rest of the night wandering through Paris. Even though it was late, the city still felt alive. Streetlights glowed on old buildings, and quiet music drifted out of tiny cafes. I was finally having fun when Gabriel asked if he could drop me home. I don't know if I want to go back to the hotel and run into Ryan. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to break his nose if I see him again.
Well, that might give you short-term satisfaction, but maybe not the best idea. All right then, if you're sure, you can crash at my place.
By the time we reached Gabriel's place, I was bone tired. I just wanted to crash. But as soon as we flicked on a light, I saw a tall man standing in the middle of the room with a funny-looking cat and a bunch of guys in black. I looked over to Gabriel to ask what was happening, but he just stood frozen.
Gabriel, mon fils, I've been waiting.
What are you doing here?
That's no way to meet your father.
What? He's your...
No, he's not. How did you find me?
I have ways, Gabriel, and you're my heir. You belong with me. I assumed once your mother disappeared, you'd come back to me. But no, you decided to run.
Disappeared? But I thought your mom was dead.
He told you that? Oh, Gabriel, you lied to your girlfriend. Bad manners. Anyway, now that I have found you, I'll take you with me and teach you how to treat a lady right.
I told you before, I want nothing to do with you. Now, get lost before I call the police.
The police? I'm sure they'd love to question you about your extracurricular activities. You've been sloppy, mon fils.
Gabriel's dad signaled his men to grab him.
You really don't know when to quit, do you?
And he grabbed my hand and ran. We sprinted through the streets, through late-night cafe tables, knocking over chairs, tables, and whatever came in our way. I was trying to keep up, but Gabriel was so fast, and I had the legs of an old chicken. I wanted to stop and rest, but then I looked behind and saw a black car skidding around the corner, right behind us. They're in a car. Gabriel, we're not winning this race.
Nope, which is why we're upgrading our ride.
Before I could ask what he meant,
He swerved toward a row of rental bikes lined up outside a shop, yanked one free, and hopped on. I jumped onto the back, and together we cut through the crowd. For a second, I thought we'd lost them, when suddenly, this car screeched in front of us, and Gabriel slammed the brakes.
Get in!
Mom?
What?
Just get in!
Gabriel and I exchanged one look. Then we jumped in. The car sped through the city until the bright lights of Paris disappeared behind us. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too busy trying to process everything. We finally stopped at this abandoned building, and Gabriel's mom told us everything.
I met Gabriel's dad when I was just 18. Fell in love, got married, and thought I'd have a happy life until everything fell apart.
Mom didn't know Dad was in the mafia. We only found out when I was 12.
I wanted to leave right away, but his father made it impossible. He threatened to take Gabby away, and I was too scared to fight back. But when he turned 14, I saw how deeply the mafia life was pulling him in. That's when I decided to take him and leave for my parents' house.
Dad's been chasing us ever since. After my grandparents passed, Mom and I decided to go separate ways to trick him. But that didn't work.
Then why did you lie to me saying that your mom was dead?
No, I said she fell sick and left. There's a difference. Besides, I just figured you'd cry at my tragic backstory, and I really couldn't handle that anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear, but we have more pressing issues at hand. Mom, Dad's not going to stop, is he?
No, he never does.
So what now? You guys keep running forever?
No, we fly to Hawaii.
We spent the night at the safe house, and the next morning we left for the airport. While Gabriel's mom did the paperwork, he walked up to me with a smirk.
So I guess this is it?
I guess. Thanks for everything. Really helped me with the whole Ryan situation.
There was no situation. You were just chasing the wrong person. Just promise you won't fall for another idiot.
If I do you promise to knock sense into me again?
How about we try to stay off bad guys altogether and give a chance to genuinely nice people? Like me.
Before I could get a word out, our flights were announced, and Gabriel winked at me and left. I didn't know what he meant or what was waiting for me on the other side of this flight. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the unknown. And that's a happy ending for a stalking story. Don't you agree?